man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody had a great week. I know I did. Got my outdoor system going. So that's good. Got a nice area outside, all floored, even though it's outside. It's nice. We got our Sam Powell, of course, today, ready to go. All right. We've got our Muppet Cup. Have you considered? Could be. We got some half melted chocolate. Why it's half melted, I don't know. But it's chocolate, so that's good. And then we've got some tea from the Table Rock Tea Company. This is Carolina Lapsang. It's quite good. It's quite good. And today we're going to talk about nurture versus protection. This whole video, this whole topic is really brought to you by Sally Joe. So there you go. It's nothing to do with me at all. I'm just gonna pirate my way through it. Which is sort of, ironic, right? Because the thing you want protection against in many cases are pirates. And I think there's a lot of confusion around this this topic, right? Which is protection and nurture are different things, right? But they're related. And when we don't understand that relationship, when we don't know what's going on, when we can't differentiate or discern, see a previous live stream on discernment, then we run into trouble. And it's sort of hinted at last week. This is why this came up as a result of last week's stream. And look, I don't have a lot of notes. Hopefully I don't need a lot of notes. The last couple times I did, fewer notes, everybody loved it. So we're going to hope we can pull that trick off once again. To protect is to look out for, to cover, to defend. And it's important, right? You have to have those skills of protection to keep things like beauty in the world, to make sure that the things that are precious can remain so, to make sure that potential itself can manifest in a healthy way. So it's not like protection is optional. And to some extent, for some things, for some values of things, protection is all you can do. I'm not saying that's all anybody can do, or that, there's no cases where, a little bit of protection isn't sufficient. I'm saying there are conditions where you need full-time protection, right? Protection has to be maintained all the time for certain things and at certain scales. And thank you, Elizabeth. I know I just thought of that now. Isn't that good? Uh, sometimes in your live streams, you get lucky. Um, strong male characters signal protection. And people who need protection, it could be other men, but it's almost all women, uh, are attracted to that. Now, they may rebel against that. That's a different problem. That's the problem of feminism, roughly. It's not the only problem of feminism or problem that feminism creates, but that's the primary one, right? We don't want men's protection. And oh man, now I have to credit Ray because I know he's watching. Um, Ray pointed this out too. He said, basically that. Well, I'll put it into a larger point just to integrate things together. But like this idea of protection, this idea that signaling protection is good, even if people sort of rebel against it through the feminist narrative or some other narrative, they still need that. And the reason why we think we don't is largely a function of affluence. It's a function of the impression that you get from not having to defend your own stuff, because maybe the defense of your stuff, your protection bubble, is far away from you. So you don't see the men and women who fight and die to protect your country, for example. It's a random example off the top of my head, right? So you don't think protection is needed anymore, right? So if you don't need protection, you can put all that time, energy, and attention towards something else. So the idea that you don't need protection is very much a problem of affluence or wealth. Uh, right. And this trope is everywhere, right? You always have that story where you've got the guy who's wealthy and his head of security betrays him. That's a very common trope, right? Because he's soft and weak and he needs the protection. And without the protection, your whole thing comes crashing down. So wealthy men are attracted to strong protecting types because usually they're not, right? Usually they get their wealth not by beating people up. Uh, which is to say, it takes all types to run a society, to have a culture, right? And so we shouldn't all be not only not the same, but that smooth, right? You need those rough and tumble types in the world. And when protection isn't properly pointed, right, properly aimed, properly oriented in the world, you get problems. Now, those problems might not be so bad. We can bitch about Andrew Tate all day long, but there's a reason why people choose Andrew Tate and not Destiny. There's a reason. I've talked about this before. I have a whole live stream on Destiny. The protection is required. And the thing is, too, groups of men signal more protection. Thank you, Hitomi. It is a good lesson, unexpected lesson from the other day. The idea that the larger the group of protective males you have, the more protected you are, is a good one. And so even if we'll say the male you're with is not the super protective type, the fact that he has protective friends is good because that protection extends to you too. Very attractive. If you don't have that, that's a problem. That's a problem because if a flood comes or a disaster happens or a comet hits the earth or whatever, and it's just you and one other person who's protecting you, that's not good. That's not good. So we need protection. We need all kinds of different types of protection from all kinds of different things. But the idea of protection as such is important. You're not doing away with it. You're not saying, oh, nature's a kind hearted place. It won't hurt me. I don't need protection. I'll go into nature. That isn't true. And that isn't going to happen. And some of the protection we need is protection from ourselves. One of the things that just having friends does, uh, having a spouse does even better, I'll say, is that they can protect you from yourself. One of my vices is general gluttony, right? You put food in front of me, I'll eat all of it or try to. If I do that now, I'll get very, very sick. So, um, so yeah, people that feed me are instructed not to feed me too much, feed me too little food, keep me starving. I'm okay with that. That's good. Don't get me satiated. That's bad. Um, but I have gluttony for pretty much everything, right? Like, if I go on a roller coaster, I want to go on it all day. Like that would be fine with me. I've done stuff like that too. Uh, and so, it's good to be protected against your vices because you have them, right? You have desires that you have a hard time with. And so protection takes many forms, right? And you can't just protect yourself, right? You have to protect others in some sense because you need other people. So if all you're doing is protecting yourself, you're just setting yourself up for something bigger than you to eat you while everybody else stands around because that's what they're going to do if you don't also protect them. And again, protection come in many forms. It doesn't have to be beating the saber-tooth tiger over the head with a club, but it can't be nothing. That's why people get upset when the person on watch falls asleep, right? Because it's a violation of protection. That's not because you're lazy, although it's also because you're lazy. It's because you're violating protection. You don't want to violate the protection of the group because the group will exile you and leave you without their protection. And something big enough will come along and eat you unless you find another group. It doesn't mean that to be in a group you have to provide protection, right? But it's worth thinking about if that's what you have. And males are typically protectors. That's our natural proclivity, right? Right out of the womb, pre-wired, no question about it. Tons of research on it. You should look it up. It's one of the many differences between men and women. I think the thing that people don't realize is that when protection fails, nurture has to be the last stand. Because without a protected thing, right, something that has been protected, there is nothing to nurture, right? Because it gets wiped out. So you can see that there's a priority here. There's a sequence that is required, not optional. You are born into a world. This is part of the, unbending law of how the universe unfolded long before you were born. There's a hierarchy of attention, if you will, within that. When protection fails, nurture is pointless. So it has to come first. It has to be prioritized. It has to be understood as fundamentally important, almost to the point of being invisible and taken for granted. But without being taken for granted, because again, this goes back to Ray's point, affluence. You take for granted the protection that you have around you, protection against the weather. It's blastingly hot today in South Carolina, and could not stay outside all day as I have been four straight days, spending most of my time outside on my outdoor flooring under my pole shed. Not an option today. That wasn't going to happen. If I had the car out, would not have gone top down. Just a little too hot for that today. Protection. Got a nice, well protected brick house. Protects me from the weather. I didn't build this house. I probably couldn't have built this. I could have built most of this house. Not in my current state, but 15 years ago when I wasn't sick. Somebody else's protection is what I'm under because I didn't build this house. And even had I, quote, built the house, I wouldn't have cut all the wood, made all the boards, blacksmithed all the nails, right? Created all the brick, laid all the brick, right? Still wouldn't have happened. Right? We're all dependent upon a big chain for our protection. That chain is, roughly speaking, culture, right? It's the next layer up in the stack. But without that, there's nothing to nurture. And therefore, there's no reason for nurture. And nurture is the realm of the divine feminine. They're better at nurture. Men are better at protecting. This is why, sure, Og build house to protect, and Og smash thing that come hurt. Right? That's what Og do. Og is not real bright. Men are dumb. Men are just freaking stupid. And that's good because we can focus on protecting. We can focus on smashing the bad things and building things so that we don't have to spend all night awake by the fire. It's not a bad thing. Smart Ogs, not a great idea. Not a great plan. The thing is, because without protection, there's no reason for nurture. If we try to come out from our society, from our culture, from our family, as individuals who don't need protection, right? Because we have everything in us, right? If you're an individual, you've got it all. It's all there. You're apart from the world. If we do that, then people nurturing us or protecting us or nurturing us becomes evil, right? It doesn't matter. Like, oh, you're trying to protect an individual? Why? They don't need it, according to them. You're trying to nurture them? That's evil. What are you doing? Nurturing a creature that is self-sufficient. Yeah. This is why there's no such thing as individuals still. I don't know why I have to keep saying that, but apparently we're not getting the hint, guys. It's not there. Individuals don't need protection. Nurturing is bad. It's a bad idea. Because you're pushing your will upon the other person. And yet, as persons, we need nurturing. We need protection. Again, from ourselves. And we nurturing for ourselves, for our personhood to exist. That's how we came into being. Nurturing. Nurturing is a form of cultivation through caring, or maybe agapic love, by another person. That's how it all works. I think the thing that's tricky about this is protection and nurturing look like the same thing. And while, this isn't, we'll say, wholly 100% true, it's true enough. Men suck at nurturing. We're way better at protection. We're excellent at protection. Women can do both. They can do both. But nurturing is looking inward and paying attention to a central location, a person, usually. Doesn't have to be a person. Protection is looking outward at the horizon. And the thing is, you can't do both at the same time. And you can say, well, I can do one and then the other over and over again, right? Switching. Yeah, switching is expensive. And no, you can't. That's a lie you're telling yourself. And this has been proven experimentally, so I didn't want to hear it. Like, look it up. This isn't hard, right? There's a whole different set of your brain that's active when you're looking inward at something, as opposed to when you're looking outward at the world, right? The idea of focusing on something is fundamentally, in scale, in detail, in every other way, different from looking out for objects to appear on a horizon. They're just completely different brain circuitry and everything else. You get one or you get the other. And you can switch, but it's expensive. And also, you'll miss stuff coming down the horizon and you'll miss the needs of whatever it is you're nurturing at the same time. And that may be okay for a while, right? But it's not okay forever. And again, men suck at nurturing. Don't let them nurture anything. Og's freaking stupid. Og builds and smashes. That's about it, man. It's got two gears: build, smash. That's it. And yeah, women can do both, but at the expense of the other, right? Do you want women protecting when they don't have to? Sure, the mama bear can lift the car off the child in an emergency. That's true, right? But you can't do that all the time. And oh, when you're doing that, is the kid getting any care? Is there any nurturing going on? No. You only do one thing at a time. And that's the problem. There's a predatory nature to protection, right? Because part of protection is going out and getting food, right? You protect your family by feeding them. And that level of competition cannot exist during the nurturing phase, which is not to say it's not nurturing to bring your son out hunting with you or whatever. Of course it is. It's a form of nurturing. It's just a sucky one. It doesn't work for babies, by the way. Nurturing is precious. And the thing you nurture is the precious thing. Protection requires power. You should apply your power to protecting the nurturing and the preciousness and the potential. You can direct your power directly at it, that will traumatize it. Not saying that doesn't happen, but it's not great. Nurturing cannot be done in the wild. You need protection to properly pay attention to nurturing, to cultivation, to the watch for the positive potential within the space that you are created, have created, and are guarding. You need that. Somebody has to pay attention to the cultivation. Another thing that was pointed out by the group minutes before coming on. I think you'll see this pattern if you look carefully enough. You can nurture yourself to the exclusion of your own protection. Have another beer. Take another hit on the bong. A little more cocaine won't matter. Self-nurturing. That's kind of true. Self-medicating in many cases. That's true. But now you're unprotected. You have too much chocolate, you get diabetes, you die. Yeah. That's why you need protection from yourself, right? Because you'll over nurture yourself. And if you haven't been nurtured, what do you think is going to happen? Where do you think drug addicts come from exactly? Huh. Didn't think about that, did you? Could put it in a nurturing versus protection frame pretty easily. You come out pretty well. And there's really this difference between protection, which looks outward into the world at the horizon, and this nurture, which is looking inward at something specific or specific things within a space, is all about the scale of attention. Your attention is a valuable thing. It's the most valuable thing you have for part of the set, right? Time, energy, and attention. You can put it towards the horizon or you can put it towards something specific. You can't put it in both places at once. And it matters when you're doing that and what you're doing that towards. You can look too far out on the horizon. Like you can try to protect yourself against the Ukraine war or, oh, no, Mark, of course not. Not the Ukraine war, but, World War III. Okay. If the Ukraine war is involved in, leads to, has something in some way to do with tangentially World War III, looking at Ukraine doesn't resolve that for you. Giving yourself a false impression, a false idea of protection. Also, buying, food supplies that last 50 years for your house, false protection, right? You're trying to nurture what you have instead of protecting what you have. What you have is, if you're in the United States, you have a town or a city, you have a state, you have a country. The things you should worry about in terms of protection past that are zero. Actually, zero. Like for real, non existent. I'm not saying don't find out how the UK elections went every once in a while. I'm saying that the proper focus, the proper scale for your attention for protection is outlined right there in that order. Threats to the country are last. Everything else is non existent. That's true no matter where you live. We can argue about whether or not the United States is a country or a nation or whatever. We'll do that someday. It'll be fun. Maybe I'll rope Adam into that. So pay attention to the scale of attention and the scale of nurture. Because if you buy food stocks for your house to protect your family for 50 years, you're trying to nurture your house to survive a catastrophe. The chances are you don't have what you need to survive the catastrophe, but you have enough food in case you do. That's improper scale of nurture. It's also usually role reversal, right? Let the person in charge of the food stores decide the food stores. You decide the weaponry and the defenses. The scale of attention, the scale of everything really is important, but the scale of attention is really important. And it's easy to mix it up between protection and nurture because we're not discerning the difference. But there is a difference. And the switching is expensive. So be careful. This is why it helps to have a community around you physically, right? Something happens, you get sick, you need someone to protect. Someone can come over and help with that. You get sick, you need to be nurtured. Someone can come over and help with that. Interesting. Cultivate your local area. I think that one of the great failings of the past 50 years or so, maybe longer, maybe shorter, is that people have told other people that they are special. Well, first off, I need to tell you otherwise. You're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. We're not special. When you tell someone they're special, you fail to protect them from the world. Because in some ways, you're telling them they're apart from the world or above the world, that the world somehow doesn't affect them the way it affects everybody else. But let me tell you, you get hit by a train, it's going to affect you the same way. You ain't that special. But also, if you're special, you cannot be properly nurtured because you've been told you're apart from the world, you're apart from life. No amount of nurturing or no type of nurturing is going to feel sufficient to you. A trauma has been created within you. You can neither be properly protected nor sufficiently nurtured because you're special. Sure, you want to be special? Intimacy crisis begins here. Welcome. Welcome to the intimacy crisis. Aren't you special? Now, obviously, I'm not going to talk about just the one side. When you fail to protect or nurture, you abdicate responsibility. And there are caveats to this for sure, right? But you have to be responsible. And don't be lazy and use your solipsistic, egoic, narcissistic way of thinking to avoid helping others, either by protecting or nurturing them, by making some lame excuse like, oh, there's people in Africa who are starving. They need more than my neighbor. You are part of a system that has protected you and nurtured you up until this point because you would not have survived in the woods by yourself, despite what some reprehensible French writers might have told you. I'm not sure there aren't any reprehensible French writers, by the way. Different problem. You have a responsibility to protect and or a responsibility to nurture. That's there. And one of the great crimes against humanity, uh, which has been perpetrated for sure, is that of effectively thinking kids can raise themselves somehow. Right? Oh, let the child decide. Your responsibility is to form the child to conform with the culture that you want them to be a part of. Hopefully, the one that you're a part of, because you're trying to train them for one you're not a part of. You probably don't know enough to do that. Stay close to home in some sense, whatever scale of home you want to look at. Although, probably home, the lowest possible scale is the most important. It's been a long road of people are special, kids raise themselves. Uh, well, we don't have to worry about that because Dr. Spock tells us we don't have to. That created some of, but not all of, the problems that we have today with nurture and protection. And we don't really appreciate that. We don't understand that. We're still in the midst of that particular crisis. The crisis of poorly formed humans. the crisis of immature personhood, which causes people to perceive a flat world. And I mean, just as speculation, just as like a thought experiment, imagine if formation as such took up some amount of imaginary cognitive capacity, not IQ. IQ is the worst thing in the world, but some amount of cognitive capacity. And just say you were born with 10 cognitive capacity points and formation takes up 5 of them, but you don't get formation, right? You only get 2 points of formation. Well, now you have 3 more points that you can learn something, we'll say propositional intellectual. So now everybody seems smarter, but they weren't properly formed because they weren't properly nurtured. But they're well protected because we have this great mechanistic society with all this specialization in technology. Of course, you can't protect them from the technology, which is the current crisis. What do we do about video games and porn and predators online? Yeah, good question. We can see the conundrum that we're in. What if the cost of all this, ridiculously speedily advancing technology is formation? And then what you get is a double shot of ridiculously ever increasing technology change combined with no structure or form underneath it to guide it. Scared about AI? Maybe you should be. And the thing is, if you attend to the center, you nurture that which is most precious and important. You nurture the point of potential. You ignore the margin. But if you pay attention only to the margin, the center collapses. It takes 2 to tango. Can't do it by yourself. And if you have to do it with other people, that's the intimacy crisis. Because I don't know if you've met people, but they're terrible. Oh my god. Did you know that all of the problems in the world are caused by people? Every single one of them. Unbelievable. But they're out there and we need them. We need their nurture and we need their protection. And they need ours. So we need to figure out a way to relate to them. Not all of them. You can't relate to all of them. You need to relate to enough of them to get the nurture and protection that you need to keep precious the precious, to manifest the potential that can manifest, whatever that may mean, because you don't know, I don't know, no one knows. To allow the flower to bloom to its fullest. So nurture and protection are 2 types of intimacy. You need those relationships. You need to have a reason to protect. Otherwise, you'll just sit around and play video games all day. There's nothing to protect. If there's nothing helpless in the world, might as well play video games. True story, bro. You need something to nurture. Otherwise, you'd run out of things to do that are unique and novel. But nurturing and bringing potential into the world, you've never done that before. And even if you've done it before, the next time you do it, you realize you've never done that before. And if you do it again, you'll realize you've never done that before. It's endless. It's rather interesting. You'll never be bored. You might be overwhelmed, you might be suicidal, but you'll never be bored. And you need some quality of a relationship to keep something precious safe. And it can sound pretty banal, right? It can be, you're a human in distress and I have the ability to help. Or it can be, must save my child. Hopefully, I don't have to point out that those relationships should be and are different in priority and quality. Random human in distress versus my child needs help. Should be able to figure that one out for yourself. If you can't, I can't help you. That's for sure. And so, nurturing and protection are functions of cooperation. They are the result of cooperative processing. This is why opponent processing and the idea of it and the use of the term destroys the world. No, really, it actually does. Don't do that. Don't destroy the world. I'm still here. I would prefer you not. You would prefer you not, whether you realize it or not. And we don't even realize the difference anymore. We see somebody like Joe Rogan, it's a big guy, fairly high skilled at protecting in the most physical way. Also, a pretty funny dude, runs a podcast called the Joe Rogan Experience. Are you experiencing him? He's not experiencing you. It's a lack of nurture. It's all about him. It's his experience, his expectation. He's not helping people, not in that way. He's not nurturing them to build something better. He's not there protecting you. No aspersions on Joe Rogan. I like Joe Rogan. But he's not protecting you either. Maybe he's entertaining you and you need entertainment. There's nothing wrong with that. But be sure you know that's what's going on. Because you can look out on the internet and see people who are confused about whether or not they're being nurtured by something or protected by something on the internet. Hint, you're not being either. I mean, you're being played like a fiddle, maybe, but you're not being nurtured or protected on the internet. I don't care what forum or technology you're using. The internet is, on the one hand, a tool for destroying intimacy. And on the other hand, a generic enough tool that you can use it to re-enchant a person back into intimacy once it's been destroyed by the tool. There's a priority there, by the way. I hope you caught it. I'm not saying that's the only way intimacy ever gets destroyed, but from a practical numbers point of view, let's be honest. And that's sort of the difference between protection and nurture. I hope that you found that helpful. I get to keep it short this time. I hope that is acceptable to my audience. I'm going to catch up on the comments here, but I have to do a little housekeeping too because housekeeping is a thing. Why housekeeping is a thing, I do not know, but it is. So, scroll back here. I think I addressed most of these already. All right, do Muppet Cup. Yes, Muppet Cup. Muppet Cup indeed. It's right here. Hopefully you liked Sally Joe's topic. Yes, Elizabeth, Beauty and Precious. Yeah, that really did kind of pop into my head while I was trying to hold this together with a thin set of notes. RJ, the stick slash staff of truth. You can break the stick, but that has consequences. Yeah, exactly. Elizabeth, I am eating potato chips and, and drinking limoncello. Help. Oh, man. Yeah, I went looking for blood orange soda the other day at World Market and they didn't have any. I am forever upset. My friend used to make limoncello. Elizabeth, when protection fails, nurture takes over. Boom. It ain't the devouring mother first, Dr. Peterson. It's the lack of protection first. You women are doomed to say that. We gotta have something to protect. If you're not precious, we're not in. So true. You can't protect and nurture, right? Different brain circuitry and you'll miss stuff. Do I know this story? Yeah. Well, and also you're looking in different direction. You're looking inward versus outward, right? You want reciprocally narrowing versus reciprocally opening? Yeah, reciprocally narrowing is not all bad, right? And reciprocal opening is not all good, obviously. It's where and how you use it. And that is one of the things missing from that whole conversation. RJ, so what? Men can't have houseplants? They can, but they'll kill them, which is what we do best. Oh, where's the live voice? Yeah. Good one, RJ. Elizabeth, can you switch if you are lucky? Yeah, it really is. You know, people do not account for how difficult it is to switch your attention between things. I think I talked about this. Maybe I didn't talk about this on my personal channel, which oddly has like well over 80 subscribers. I'm always like, what? Why is anybody listening to me rant? But okay. There's lots of domains that switching is a known thing, and programming is actually one of them. So you can be a programmer, you can be a systems guy. You basically almost no one can do both. That's sort of the lie of cultural DevOps, which is a lie. And it gets really tricky because people get confused by this and they don't realize, and again, this has actually been measured, right? Paying attention to the connections between things, whereas paying attention to the like task at hand are just different parts of your brain, flat out. And they do compete for resource, right? Because they have to, right? And so there's a form of cooperation there, which is switching. And most people can't switch at all. Some people can't do one or the other, right? Some people are better at looking at the big picture, and some people are better at fixing the pipe that's broken. And very few people are good at both. They happen, but and they're outliers, and that's the problem. Uh-oh. RJ has RJ. Which Muppet are you? Waka, Waka, Waka. I don't know. Miranda, if you don't nurture my need for awakening to the Muppet Crisis mug, I'll protect myself by making my own. I will get my product people on it. Awakening to the Muppet Crisis, indeed. Probably with a crayon or markers. Yes. Well, RJ, Miranda, well played. Ixnon, good monologue. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Because, yeah, that was a low notes monologue. So I never know how those are going to go. And switching attention is costly. Oh, it's extremely costly. Yeah. Cognitive load is a big deal. And people don't. I need to do a more comprehensive recorded video on cognitive load and all the like. There's different types of cognitive load triggers, right? And there's different types of cognitive load, and we have no appreciation for any of that. We just, oh yeah, IQ. IQ doesn't even explain anything. Sally Joe, been actively trying to switch 8 years, and I get like 40% nutty, like part of the time. To be fair, Sally, you're more than 40% nutty all the time. Churchium, what was that? Comparations. I can't say that. Metallica, Master of Muppets. Yes, I think that should be a song. Maybe you can do a version of that for us. Elizabeth, Cognitive Load, chapter 38. I did a video on cognitive load. How was that? No? No one? No good? Oh, all right. Look, I'm all alone. Thought somebody might come on and share a story, but apparently not. That's okay. If you'd like to join, hop on in and we'll chat and I'll have some tea. And we can talk about nurture versus protect or pretty much anything. As long as you're good and willing to be on camera and aren't going to cause too much trouble. It's a tricky topic ultimately because I just don't think people think about these things. Right? They're out noticing sort of other things in the world instead of, we'll say, the most important elements of the world, which, we wouldn't normally have to be told, but we're just living in this world now where people have to say things. Andre, welcome. Are you live? I can't hear you. No? Can't hear you, Andre. Oh, it missed. Andre's got sound issues. Oh, I thought Castle was going to be here. All right. We'll wait till he gets his camera up. Yeah. Andre's got no sound. Castle's got no video. Yeah, that's
that better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was swapped to my motherboard sound for some reason.
Sally Joe, trouble is for the Tuesday stream. Yes. Is it Tuesday stream? What's the Tuesday stream? Where's Castle? How come he's not here? What's going on, Andre? How are you doing?
Not bad. Just working on this writing piece. I've got to finish off the script. I just jump back into it.
Oh yeah, that'll be great. Oh, here's John. Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? Oh, actually, I'm not. I'm all right. Yeah, long day, long couple of days. But I'm okay.
Oh, excellent.
Hi.
Nice surprise, Castle. I love it.
I've shown up to offer additional pirate protection and hopefully not too much competition. I'm not sure how protected people are going to be by another pirate, but
well, the Pirate Bay is banned in my country, so I can't actually access it without a VPN. So I'm pretty safe.
I love it. Thank you, sir. It's lovely to see you. How you doing?
Sorry, which one?
You, Castle. You.
Oh, doing good. I'm just here. Glad to actually be here on a Friday. One of the rare opportunities that I have. I might jump on with you guys. I don't want to sidetrack anything, but I might jump in with you guys on the Moby Dick book club. Been trying to catch up on that one.
That would be fantastic. I'd love to have you.
Yeah. So, but other than that, I'm just here. I got a cup of product placement, and that's all I got. So I have some notes here and stuff, but I don't want to go start like rattling things off.
No, go ahead. Good idea. I didn't catch the monologue, so it'd help.
Oh. Well, I got a good chunk of the monologue here. Let's see if I can actually read what I wrote.
Okay. Well, Sally Joe says yes, woo. So I think that's directed at you, sir. So
nice.
Thank you for the pirate hat. I really appreciate it.
It's a great topic as well. I'm trying to see here. This is going to pose some challenges. Just let me see here.
We're up to the challenge.
Well, one of the things that definitely stuck out to me, at least experientially, was the whole thing about that you can look way too far out as far as trying to protect and nurture. I mean, I've experienced this just within my kind of like close family realm a little bit recently. That is this kind of thing like, oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on and you got to go and make all these preparations. It's like, well, we don't really have the resources for that. And, like you wind up going, like you said, and you stockpile a whole bunch of food, and maybe that's reasonable within a certain bound of things. But I remember saying, it'll be that one thing that you're like preparing to shelter in place, and then your house gets hit by a tornado or something like that, or you're stockpiling food just for the bandits to show up, and now they've got a nice stockpile to take from you. or whatever. But I experienced this in school. I remember we used to have this big fundraiser thing. There was like a community in Ghana that they used to do, these big fundraisers, and they would say, oh, bring all these resources and stuff. And I remember, like, my family used to do that, but we lived in like poverty. Like, it was pretty, like, the roof leaked every time it was raining, and like the whole outside of the place was pretty overgrown, and bugs basically had like no resistance in finding their way in and stuff. And it's, like, thankfully the conditions are much better now, but that was kind of the situation the whole time I was at that school. So it was kind of rough thinking like, well, we never looked for resources from the thing, but it's like, oh, that's kind of a far way. Like, we're not the only ones that are kind of like struggling here and everything. And they would sometimes do, really going super far into the like excessive nurturing thing and say, we want the brand name, school supplies and stuff. And it's just like, you're sending it over to another country that doesn't even have it. Like, can you let us not buy the Crayola brand, type of stuff? But that was an interesting sort of example of that.
That's a good example, right? And that's Sally Jo will tell you that's poverty is piety, right? Another pattern, and also, I mean, that's what causes the flattening of the world, right? When you try to connect to, be intimate with something that's too far away from you, like, you can't. So you have to remove some of the relationship from the local people and spread it out to Ukraine or whatever's going on in France. I tried to look up riots in France today because I heard there was one, like yesterday, and there have been so many riots in the past week in France, it was impossible. I was like, okay, I was like, but I can't pay attention to that and the UK election and the fact the Scottish National Party get their ass handed to them, right? And whatever the heck is going on in upside down Australia land, right? But and all the countries in Africa, right? And the Ukraine war, like I did, I mean, I got a bridge out down the street. Okay, let's focus on that.
Yeah, I find, people will tell me about all these crazy things going on throughout the world. And you talk about cognitive load. And I think a few times I've commented on your videos and said, I kind of walk like the razor's edge of my cognitive load a significant portion of my week. And some of it is just kind of because I can. But I find myself, I work from home. And so I can do my work and I can do a lot of stuff where I can have multiple sort of outposts throughout the house where I can access my work and do it from there. So I'm running up and down stairs, cooking, cleaning, doing other chores, practicing things, doing all this stuff while also doing kind of like a dispatch type operation. And it's like, I can do it, but half the time I'm listening to your videos or something else, trying to catch up. And it's like, I can do it. And I like keep notes and do this stuff, and I don't really miss things. But also, if somebody, it's that one thing where it's like I might be right at the edge of my capacity, and maybe I'm juggling back and forth 5 or 6 things. But somebody comes up and says, "Hey, here's this thing," and now I feel myself like at a critical level of like I am getting overloaded because somebody just mentioned something that happened to a neighbor or something like that.
Right. Well, that's the problem with trying to ride the edge. You can do it, right? But something big is going to come along eventually, and you're not going to be able to ride the edge. You're going to get pushed over it, right? And so you just need to be aware of that, right? You can't ride the edge for too long during even the day or the week or the month.
Yeah, and I'm trying to scale it back a little bit, but it's like you say with kind of having like a certain type of gluttony. It's almost this sort of thing. I remember somebody talking about like, I think they call it misapprehension of arousal. And it's that thing like on a roller coaster where it's like, oh, I almost died, but no, I'm okay. Like I made it. And so therefore scary thing is actually really cool thing. Let's do it again.
Riding the edge is addictive, right? You're an adrenaline junkie at that point, which is fine, but like you need someone to protect you from your bad desire.
And it's funny because speaking of kind of like the feminine aspect, I have a friend who she's a mom of 2, and she kind of mentioned to me one of these days, a couple months ago, and she was like, "Hey, do you ever actually just kind of like stop and not do things and just kind of actually stop and just kind of take in your surroundings and stuff?" And I was like, "That's an option." Like I can do that. It just didn't even occur to me. You know,
Right.
No, I have a tendency to just bury myself in one task. Like today, like I just worked like by myself in the shop, and there's other things I need to work on, but they're just like kind of difficult, and it's hard for me to find an angle. And even so, like I think I started doing like a rotoscoping project a little bit ago, and that's just like mindlessly drawing over stuff, and like I don't know, that turned out to be a waste of time because like I only got like probably a quarter of the way through, and then I realized like I don't know, I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this, and so it's
Mhm.
yeah. I'm working on a lot of projects I just don't know exactly how to tackle, and I gotta probably just better define what exactly is that I'm doing, which is stressful because I think if I write it out, it's like I don't know, like part of me would love to just like escape, you know what I mean, and then like get uh, a shipping container, bury it in the ground, have like a wife and family or whatever, and just like I don't know, delete all social media. But at the same time, like I know that's actually like that's just in the direction of a lot of things that already haven't worked for me. And
Right.
so I guess I just have to specify what it is in the other direction that I need to exactly be doing. Because like even right now, like I don't even know why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Like something told me, hey, you need to get on. Like, you're hiding from
Yeah.
your responsibilities. Um,
Well, look,
so
John,
here
the
I am,
easiest,
but still,
the,
I'm like,
yeah, the easiest way to do this is to start talking about what you can give up, like what you're willing to sacrifice, right?
yeah,
Right, and then figure out, well,
my
what am I gonna
reputation, like I know I'm gonna get like destroyed no matter where I go. I
No,
feel like
no, you're not. You're not. That's the thing. There's a right path for you, and you just have to figure out what are the most expensive things that I can get rid of, right? That will free me up. Because
oh
one of
yeah,
the
like
problems that we'll say Castle might be suffering from is a lack of wisdom, right? Because when you're riding the edge, right, you don't have time to reflect, right? You don't have time to contemplate, and you don't have time to ruminate, which is another live stream that I have, right? And so when you
honestly, I
can't
feel like
do
I'm doing
those
too much
three
rumination. I think
things,
I'm using that as an excuse.
right? But when you can't do those three things, you lose contrast with the world.
Yeah,
And you need those three things for wisdom. If you don't have time to reflect, contemplate, and ruminate,
yeah,
how do you know where you are, whether or not you've made any progress towards your goal? The
yeah.
answer is
No,
you cannot.
and the thing is,
And
like, I'm a very competitive person. I've always loved winning, and now I feel like I'm in a situation where like there's like no way to win. You know what I mean? And so I think a lot of my energy is like, well, what am I doing? You know what I mean? Not win. I don't know. I guess that's the sign is I'm looking for the wrong type of win. You know what I mean? I'm looking for something in this world that other people will like see and understand and be like, oh yeah, he's right about something. But really, I shouldn't be trying to. I'm not supposed to be looking for something in this earthly world, and that's why like I'm still unhappy, even though that like a bunch of weird things that I had been praying for, like one of my biggest prayer for the longest time was that like I mean, I didn't know it was a prayer, but it's something I always said to people is that I want my life to be like a movie. You know what I mean? Like if I had a choice between um like dying or living an old life, like I want to have the life that's like a really, really, really traumatic movie. And that's also why it's so like why Christ is so important, is because that can go in a lot of ways, obviously. And I've always had an infatuation with villains. And so, you know what I mean? Like that coming down was such a blessing, I think, for my life, because I think I would have been a very, very, very bad person. And I still am, even though I consider myself someone who's trying to follow Christ. I still am such a
well,
bad person.
that's where like the confess and repent sort of thing comes in. I mean, I remember hearing the story about I think it was Mother Teresa, that there was some Monsignor who had gone to visit her and everything. He was like an Irish guy, very outspoken, cracked a lot of jokes and everything. And he spent a few days with Mother Teresa. And then there came a point where he goes and they had like a kind of a quiet moment. They're just sitting there. And he said, oh, Mother Teresa, you're doing all these great things with the orphanages and everything, but it wouldn't really surprise me if I found out on the news tomorrow after I go back home to Ireland that this whole time you've been running like a drug smuggling ring, and that you're actually like a crime kingpin. And she looked at him and she said, finally someone who gets me. And it's like there's that extreme potential where it's like you're going to get a lot of stuff done, but if you aim at the wrong thing, And I think that that's also something that's kind of necessary for people that are high in openness. Like I know I'm like 97th percentile or something like that, and people that are like really kind of super active. Is that you need that time to aim. And like I like to wake up early and you get like a good hour prayer time in, even before brushing your teeth and all that other stuff, because you get that time to really kind of focus and aim your day. And also the added benefit, you get to stay in bed for an hour after you wake up. It's amazing. Yeah, I highly recommend it. But I remember like Mother Teresa used to say, just since I'm on the topic, that there were like a bunch of tasks that the nuns working under her used to have trouble like catching up with. And they would say, "Oh, Mother Teresa, we're spending too much time in prayer. We can't catch up. There's all these other things. We're already spending 2 hours in prayer a day. What can we do?" And she said, "Well, you're going to spend 3 hours now." And they actually watched their productivity increase. A lot like the Jordan Peterson talks about the lawyers that take more time in vacation and that they actually get more billable hours. It's a lot like that. That you got to like slow down and aim, and then you can just kind of knock out a lot of stuff. And so I'm still trying. I'm trying to like annex my day. I got the morning and the night down, and I'm trying to like encroach on the other stuff and find some rest in between. But at least I'm not like actually reaching burnout point. I get close, but I'm not actually getting burned out like I used to every few weeks.
Oh, good. Well, that's good to
Yeah.
hear.
Well, honestly, I don't even know what my ethic is, because I feel like I'm overwhelmed. But then when I relax, I feel more overwhelmed. So I don't even know. I think I need to pray more. I pray at nights. I don't in the mornings. That would probably help.
You kind of bookend
is
it.
there?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying you kind of bookend it where it's like, the last thing you do and the first thing you do, and you just kind of like your whole day is like it has bookends, so you kind of stands up a little bit.
Structure helps a lot, and the more structure you have, the better. And the problem that people have is if you're not used to structure, or you're not used to that much structure, then when you first try it, it doesn't work, and you get anxious, right? You feel beset upon, or like it's tyrannical, right? But then as you get more used to larger and larger, longer and longer range structures, the easier life becomes, because then you have the flexibility to calm down, reflect, right? And then also run at full speed, right? Because now you have a little breathing space, right? And then if you manage that well, which you learn over time, then that structure is all the world. And you could make a lot of hay over the 7-day week, or the 5-day work week, or whatever. But like by all possible measures that we've come up with, 40 hours a week is really good.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you go less, things don't get done. And they're just as expensive. If you go more, you get more.
Yeah,
And people don't realize that.
I get so much more done now that I'm working full time than the like times in between jobs that I had before. Where it was like, oh, it'd say unemployed. I ran an Etsy shop in between jobs to kind of like fill in the resume, which worked. It totally worked. But also, you get like a sale or two a week, so basically you're unemployed, and it's like you get nothing done. There were times where I was like, oh, I can exercise for 3 hours a day. I was never less productive. Even when I was doing that, I actually was even seeing fewer health results, even when I was spending more time on that when I was unemployed, versus now I'm doing like community organization stuff. I'm trying to participate here more, and I'm working and doing more house chores than ever, and yet I still have more free time, at least higher quality free time. I had nothing but free time, but it wasn't. I think there was some pope that said something where they were like, "Oh, what do you do in your free time?" And he was like, "It's all my free time. Like just all of the time I have, I'm choosing to do all of this, even like all the work and the paperwork. Like I want to be here."
Yeah, you can own it. You can take that responsibility. I mean, and that I think the loss of the idea of protection and nurture is the loss of the idea of responsibility, as such. And yeah, excellent. Structure is a protection. That's right. In which you can be nurtured. Right. Structure enables both. Good point. yeah, the structure, the organization, the institutions, they afford both protection and nurturing at scale. Everybody talks about scale, but then when you talk about structures and institutions, they go, no. It's like, that's the same problem, buddy. That's institutions and structures are the things that provide the scale to do the thing. They're not the only thing. They just look different at the lower level.
Do you think that there can be a difference between what an institution's intended outcome, like what they're actually intending as the outcome, and the way they present themselves, the way they market themselves? You know,
Of course
they
they
might market
can.
like, oh, this is a
But
way
it's
of like
not-
helping and stuff. And maybe
Institutions
they actually do
aren't
believe
magic.
that, honestly, now
But-
that I'm thinking about
But
it.
John, institutions aren't magic. Institutions are made up of people. And if you put bad people in a place, it doesn't matter what the place was intended to do. You can have a satanic ritual in a cathedral. Right?
Well, no, but I'm saying, but like some things were created probably with the intention of control, or that's what they kind of turned into. You know what I mean? And
But
maybe
it
that's
doesn't
kind of-
work. So who cares?
I don't know what I'm even saying right now. Whatever.
Well, I think I know what you mean. That things can be kind of generated with the intent of actually like dissipating nurture or protection from people. Like it might be predatory by nature, but I think it comes down to that thing where even if it was created in the other way, I think Marcus said, you pay caring people, not pay people to care, type of thing. I've seen lots of organizations, like even, oh my goodness, like food banks and stuff, where you find out that it's like, oh, the people who work there are skimming off the thing. People were coming in pretending to be poor and then literally selling the food that they got from the food bank to poor people who couldn't get approved at the food bank. It's, oh my goodness, But then you see some other stuff where it's like, there's the people who are doing it all for free. And it's like they have absolutely, like 100% skin in the game. And they're not, really backed by any sort of structure, but they're just trying to kind of, give everything they can. I mean, I've gotten probably more help from people who, like as far as doing like community organizing and stuff, from people who had no reason to contribute anything than people who were actually being paid to contribute.
Right. Or incentivized in some other way. Elizabeth, organization is the key to lessen anxiety. Yes. Yeah, because you don't need protection or nurture, because it's provided by the organization.
Unless the organization is constantly targeting you all the time, then that can be a very acute place of.
Then you're not
constant
in it.
anxiety.
You're outside of it. If it's targeting you, you're not inside of it.
No, I guess the general statement, like the Nazis are an organization that doesn't necessarily cause less stress. Like
It
organization.
did for the
in
people in the organization. That's why they were.
I
in
don't
it.
believe that.
Oh no, absolutely.
I don't think
That's
most,
why they were
most
in it.
of the criminal Nazis were happy.
No, but that's why they were in it. Because without that, they were in the Weimar Republic, and the Weimar Republic was chaos and hell. Like the
Yeah.
Weimar Republic was so bad that the wealthy class was selling their daughters into prostitution to eat.
And
Like-
there were
like-
some people that wrote about like reminiscing back. I think Jordan Peterson also talked about this, that the people like reminisce about the good old days when they were running the concentration camps and stuff. Like, of course, there were some people that were genuinely like badly affected, but some people were just kind of like habituated, or maybe there was something in them that they just liked it,
No, they had something to do. Before that, they didn't. You got to remember, like people don't understand this. They haven't actually gone and read the contemporary sources, which I have. Like it's not that hard, right? Like you can go look it up, right? Like Germany wasn't able to produce enough food because France stole all their good growing land. For real. They were starving, like actually hungry. Almost everybody in the country after World War I, after 1919, terrible Treaty of Versailles. And the thing is, they didn't have anything to do except starve because the government had collapsed. Everything was in complete chaos. And so around comes an organization, the National Socialist Party, right? And which translates to Nazi roughly in Germany, at least if you abbreviate it, right? And they're like, we'll give you something to do. I mean, this is why socialism is attractive to basically people who would otherwise be anarchists. right? Because they get bored of the anarchy. The anarchy doesn't work or whatever. They kind of figure it out unconsciously. And then I was like, oh, here's something to do. At least I have a place, right? I
And-
belong somewhere.
Plus, you kind of mentioned in the monologue a couple of things that this reminds me of, that that you're afforded protection by a group. It's like, here's a military group. Also, in all these cases, I see Elizabeth was talking about like Mussolini and all these guys that, you have a military
Lots of
figure.
Italians still miss Mussolini. Yeah, they do. And
It's
she's
like-
been to Italy many
Yeah.
times. So.
It's like there's you have this kind of protective figure that is looking out and giving you something to aim at, and then he's surrounded by a bunch of other guys. So it's like, okay, you enter into that environment, then you're receiving the benefits of that sort of protection. And so you kind of are getting like the dark version of I think kind of like you had also mentioned, well, yeah, you had been mentioning about people being attracted to protective characters and stuff. And that I think like a kind of helpful, maybe not an end version, but a helpful thing for a lot of males, I think, has been like Jocko Willink's extreme ownership type
Yep.
of thing, or like the discipline equals freedom is a way that he would probably frame a lot of this. That Elizabeth's thing of organization is the key to less anxiety is essentially, he would probably say, discipline equals freedom, and it's like, yeah, you get to
Yep.
kind of offload that cognitive load by automating kind of repetitive tasks and just kind of knocking out certain things and not thinking about it.
Yeah, organization is a superpower because of that, right? You can organize your day, you can work for a company, you can do both of those things, which you should do, right? And that just reduces your anxiety because discipline equals freedom, right? Like you're freeing yourself from your own anxiety, from your own need to do something by being disciplined, right? By having organization. Organization and discipline are very heavily related.
And it protects you from yourself and from your vices too. Like,
Right.
There's some people that'll still do this, and I'm aware of, at least one, but then people might be less likely to be drunks if they know that they have to work tomorrow.
Yep.
I mean, some people will still push that limit, but
I knew I was going to work today, and I still drank yesterday. So,
It
so-
still happens. Like I know, there's a husband of a friend that I have that it's just like, oh, he still kind of does it. It's like, okay, baby steps. He's getting there. He's
But he
kind of-
might drink more if he didn't have to work.
Right.
It's the
Exactly.
unknown people don't account for. I've watched drunks. They drink way more when they're not working than when they're working. I'm not saying they don't still go to work drunk sometimes, but like they're less drunk, and that's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
I'm still a fan of better. Like maybe the terribleness that you are is the best that you can be, but if it is, that's at least better than the worst that you can be.
No, but you said something earlier that sent me down like a stream of thought line about like the vacuum basically being a place for I don't know, something evil to kind of fill in.
The chaos, the
Yeah,
place
yeah.
of infinite potential, right? Where there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
structure, no organization, either imposed by you or the outside. To Elizabeth's
Well, no,
excellent
I was
point.
gonna say I know I have a friend who's very like a very qualified person. I won't go into details, but from what I understand, like he should have been accepted into the FBI. He applied, and when he was waiting in the office doing his interview, they were going everything is going well, and they asked him while he was joining, and he mentioned, well, like I'm a Christian. You know what I mean? I believe in first and foremost is, serving and putting myself on the line for other people and not caring this is a dangerous job. And he said that the woman in the center took her pen, looked up, and then put it down, then crossed her arms and looked at him like this whole time. And so I actually yeah. And so we see all these things like psyops against Christians and stuff like that. Like, well, I guess maybe that they're so psychologically in chaos that they're imposing this secular structure, you know what I mean? And this
Well, the war against
atheism has been
religion is
working its
real.
way in for a while. And so
The
now we
war-
have active psyops against Christians in the same way we did against the fascists,
I
and
would-
the communists.
I wouldn't.
against
That's
the
not a.
Black
That's not a
Panthers and
psyop.
everyone
That's not a
else.
psyop.
And now,
That's not a psyop.
yeah, and
That's
now
no
we're
overt
here
war.
and it's happening, and
It's
I think
right. Well,
eventually it
okay.
will be revealed what's actually going
Okay,
on.
John, that's fine,
Sorry.
right? Yeah, there's a war against Christians. There's a war against religion in general, all religions, actually, right?
Yeah.
That's happening. There's no question about that, right? There
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
war
yeah.
on Christmas. right? Like this is real. It happened
Yeah.
for sure.
I actually believe that's
Right?
part of the reason for making Russia such an enemy right now is that change. And it's so funny because it's like we've gone so far in time that now, like, well, I say this a lot, like things are flipped now. Like why why are the Christians now the people who pose the central danger to the secular state or whatever? Which is
Well, it
just-
was like that in Rome.
Right.
You know,
yeah. Hey,
people have been
I
rebelling
don't
against
know,
God
that's-
since
I don't
the
know how you like
start,
that
basically.
Hmm?
I said people have been rebelling against God since the start, basically. But there's also the Beatitudes, you know, that if you are persecuted in God's name, that also, like, you actually get a benefit for that, you know, like not immediately. You know, maybe you lose your job or you lose the opportunity that you're perfectly qualified for. But also there is kind of there's a trade-off that maybe is made for you, but there might be, you know, you have been promised a long-term benefit even if you get that opportunity shot down. And who knows? I mean, maybe I think of there was I highly recommend it, and it's a short read. There's a letter written by St. John Chrysostom like 1700 years ago or something like that, and it's called A Letter to a Young Widow. And he basically he goes in and he's in traditional Chrysostom style, talks way more than he needs to, but super well, and tries to comfort this woman who she became a widow in her 20s, and he's kind of encouraging her and giving her kind of like, you know, the Christian answer to how she should go about that. And I think she was a Roman, and that her husband was like an aristocrat or something like that. And one of the things he said is he was like, you know, he was a very upstanding person, but also just think of all of the corruption in his field. And, you know, the fact that you lost him now might have actually been the only thing preserving his soul, because a lot of the people in his line of work were heavily compromised, you know, so who knows what another 30 years might have done.
Right. And that's sort of the advantage of not getting the FBI, which is completely corrupted and has been for ages. Like I
Yeah.
go
Well, and
anywhere near
honestly,
the
it's,
FBI.
I wonder. I'm not completely sure about the relationship with the FBI and the CIA, because I know at first the FBI was running a lot of those like those spook operations. I don't know what you call it, but then it switched to more of the CIA. It's my understanding. Do you know anything about that?
No, nobody knows anything about that. That's all speculation by people.
No.
who
This is not
don't have
speculation
access
anymore.
to
This
the
is well
information.
known. There's actually a writer.
No,
I'm
John,
forgetting her, but she's like
John, no, you have to understand access to information. Okay. In the CIA, everything's compartmentalized. Nobody actually knows what the CIA as an organization does. Nobody, not even the director. That's by design.
There's no doubt more than what they're doing that we know today, but it's definitely
No.
well
Nobody
reported that,
knows.
they were
Nobody
running
knows.
psyops against the
They
communists, the
routinely
fascists, and the
destroy.
Black Panthers.
They routinely destroy all their paperwork. Nobody
I'm
knows.
sure there was more stuff that was like, oh, but this is not like a thing. This was
There's always more stuff.
that recent biography.
There's always more
It's done
stuff.
by like a
You can
left-wing
only
writer.
find
You know what I mean?
pieces,
So
right? But you can only find pieces, which means you can't piece together what was going on, and you also don't know about any of their successes because.
do you think they weren't doing that? Because this is pretty well known. What are you talking about?
No. What I'm telling you is
Like,
that
recognized
most of the
patterns.
information about the CIA doesn't exist for you to know, but they did those things. But there's nobody that will ever have access to that.
Oh, that's out in the open. There's more stuff that's even
No,
weirder
you're
that
not.
I'm
You're
sure we
not.
don't
You're
know
not.
about. But
You're
that's
not
out in the
understanding what
open.
I'm saying. There's a bunch
Okay.
of stuff they did that is not out in the open and never could be because there's no reference for it anymore.
Well, that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that
All
they.
of-
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying
but,
that they
but
put
that's
spooks
but
at
that's
place.
but this is the
I
more
don't know.
important
That was
point.
fine.
This is the more important point. So, like MK Ultra, you talk about MK Ultra all day long. I have two good friends, or had two good friends. One of them passed away. Insist that their brothers or cousins or whatever relatives of theirs were at Harvard University involved in MK Ultra, and that is why they are now schizophrenic. Now, the fact of the matter is that happened to the Unabomber. He was involved in MK. We do know this, right? But I don't know either of those two if that was true for them. There's no way to know.
What I'm saying is way more substantiated than what you're saying. I get what
No,
you're saying with that.
No,
Yeah.
you're missing my point. The things that are substantiated or irrelevant actually don't matter. It doesn't matter.
I disagree. I think that's very interesting.
No,
'cause
but that's the problem. You're paying attention to something that A, already happened, B, that nobody had any control over at all.
I mean, have you not been watching the news at all? That's definitely happening all the time.
No,
And we don't even
but
know
you don't
how
know
this
what's
manifests
happening, and
online.
you don't know what's happening, and you don't know if it's deliberate, and you don't know who's doing it, and you don't have access to that information. That's
Oh,
my
true,
point.
true.
Well, but see, then you're paying attention to something that you can't derive any benefit from. It's not possible.
It
Maybe not
does.
in this life.
Well, exactly. That's kind of the benefit of like the last judgment. It's like vengeance belongs to God. So whatever I could do to a corrupt CIA agent is nowhere near what might actually wind up happening to an unrepentant CIA agent that committed some terrible crime. So it's better for me to just I can't even dish out the judgment and consequences myself within my own capabilities that fits the crime, so might as well just leave it to someone who does and focus on my washing the dishes.
Focus on what you can do, right? Which is clean your room, wash the dishes. But I want to catch up on comments. So, RJ,
What if you're like Neo?
low key, Jocko's book has a good workout routine at the end of it. I haven't read it. Sanjuro, good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing well. Idle hands causing problems is very much a hard truth I've seen. Yeah, and that's lack of organization. Right, like the devil makes work for idle hands. Arandu, John doesn't know much, but thinks he does. Well, that's everybody thinks they know a lot. More info will not help. Thank you, Sally Joe. That is true. That is true, and that's one of the problems. Is a lot of times people think more information is going to do something, and it doesn't even allow you to do things. Sally Joe, some of us suffer harder because of the flood of information and access than others. Right. Especially if you see patterns, right? Because you can make patterns out of incomplete information all day long. But the thing is, you can make lots of different patterns out of the same incomplete information. But A, you still can't do anything about it. So, like, really? Like, what's the point? And B, you might be wrong. Like, you might be misreading the pattern and you're going to zig when you should zag. And that's worse, right? Sally Joe, make our best attempts to help navigate and let them not come right. Come or not come as they will, right? Because the thing is, those things are all bigger than you, and there's nothing you're going to do about them, right? So if somebody is like works for the FBI, maybe they're an FBI contractor, right, and they're involved in something, they know about you, and they're targeting you using the FBI, who cares? You're not going to stop it. It's going to happen to you no matter what. No matter what information.
I mean, I care. I mean, like if it's for instance, like they're like placing people in my life that are like,
whatever. Doesn't matter.
Like,
there's nothing you can do about it, and there's no way for you to know.
That's kind of a nihilistic perspective to have.
No, it's not. It's the actual reality of life. Like most of the things in life, you have no access to know. You can't discern the intent, and here's the kicker: their intent is irrelevant. They can try to destroy you. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
This is like saying that like the Sith in Star Wars, that their intents are irrelevant. It doesn't matter that, Darth Sidious is essentially.
No, it doesn't, because they lose in the end.
His way there through.
No, that is the story of Star Wars.
Political attacks on himself and putting agents everywhere.
But that's the story of Star Wars, John. Their intent, the intent of the Sith does not matter, because in the end, the Force and the goodness of the Force wins. That's actually the whole theme of the story.
Yeah, but it's a consequence of actual individual action. It doesn't just happen for no reason. It's not like the Force just acts on its own. It's like, no, it acts through Luke. You know what I mean?
Right, but the intent of the Sith doesn't matter. Right. Look, there have been a number of attempts to shut me down on Discord servers. There have been attempts to shut my channel down, right? There have been attempts to make sure I don't go to certain events, right? All this has happened. And, maybe some of it worked, but I'm still here, right? So great. And maybe some of it was FBI funded. Who the hell knows? Or CIA, it doesn't matter. I still have to do what I have to do, irrespective of the forces around me. Like they're just not that important at the end of the day. And that's the thing. Like companies can intend to infect your mind and make you buy products, but if you don't buy them, then their intent is foiled. And so the only way around that is not to pay attention to them, but to pay attention to yourself, so that you're curating your own signal, you're organizing your own life, so that you're less prone to fall into these problems, right? The only thing you can do about the FBI is try to protect yourself from it. You can't know it. and then try to psyop it, right? Because it's bigger than you. Like it will
I would
always
never
win
try
that
and
game.
sign up the FBI.
Well, no,
Or
well, no.
would I? Yeah.
Just trying to know about what they're doing is trying to psyop them, because you're trying to get in front of a train that you can't stop. So there's ultimately, there's no point. Arandu,
exactly
the
why I said I'm
substantiated
stressed.
things are misdirected or actually incomplete. Right. That's the problem. All the knowledge out of things like the FBI and CIA are incomplete. And so you don't. I mean, even something like the Bourne movies really demonstrates this nicely, right? Like, there's all sorts of things going on in the organization, and the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, and so maybe some people are getting, quote, their way, but then of course they're not, right? Because nothing ever works out the way you plan it, and there are repercussions, and the consequences are that the good guy kills everybody. Sorry. Despite the bad guy's intent to create super soldiers. This is a theme everywhere, because you don't have access to enough information ever. But the good news is you don't need any of that. You need access to a very small amount of local information, and then you can do the best that you can do. And yeah, in the grand scheme of things, maybe you'll get wiped out. But maybe the fact that you got wiped out means somebody more important didn't. Like, that's it. That's the best you can do on the grand scale. So you still got to do what you got to do, though. You can't get caught up in trying to do something you can't do. Like, go back and reverse MK Ultra. That's not going to happen.
And it doesn't have to be.
No, I was talking about things going on current. You know what I mean?
You don't know what's going on currently.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
I know some stuff. But
No,
right.
you actually don't. Most of the stuff that comes out of the FBI is leaks that they do so that you don't know what they're doing. Like, it's that
Oh
simple.
yeah, for sure.
Well, you can't discern those things.
Okay. Sorry, what
And
were
that-
you saying, man?
I don't think that it's ultimately nihilistic either. I mean, I guess the religious answer would be that it's like abandonment to God's will. That type. That you look through some of. I mean, there's a lot of recent examples, but just a more fun one that I remember is there's a story in the Old Testament where God basically flips an economy, like not destroys it, but brings it back between breakfast and lunchtime. So it's like, and there's even a guy that goes. I think he was like a wall guard or something like that in Israel. And he was like, oh, he makes some sort of comment like, oh, that's impossible, like everyone's dying of famine, how are we possibly going to have the the economy come back up? And he's literally crushed by the gate that he's guarding because a ton of merchants barged through the thing, and then within like an hour the economy is now flipped and they have an abundance of wealth. And it's just like it's the unknown unknowns thing,
Right.
That there's that's one of the things I never read Nassim Taleb, but I remember Chris Voss, speaking of the FBI, that guy had done a really good book on negotiation, and he talked about black swans. That there were lots of times where it's like, oh, you talk to these people and you find out like, oh, actually this person is asking for a ransom. They're like I think there was a terrorist in like Thailand or the Philippines or something like that, and he was asking for like $1 million for an American hostage that he had taken. And it turns out that all he wanted was just to have it acknowledged that he wanted to have his demands acknowledged because it was coming from a religious motivation. And once it was done, he actually dropped the entire ransom. And, and he was actually going to let the guy go, but the guy escaped like at the same time anyway. And the guy who was the terrorist actually went and complimented the FBI negotiator and his translator, who was local, and said, "Whatever you did, well done, because you got me to not do what I was doing, essentially." And he later got like taken down in a shootout or something like that with the police. Like, he didn't learn his lesson, but at the end of the day, he still respected the fact that it's like, oh, I did get foiled, and all you had to do was just like listen and then just kind of trust, like, okay, things are going to work out. And they did.
Yeah, and you do have to trust that. Yeah, Elizabeth. Yep. Life can flip in a moment, and it really can. And there's nothing you can, like, all the information in the world won't help you, right? Like for example, if you're out on the beach and all the water goes away, but you're like out on the beach, the fact that a tidal wave is coming does not really do much for your chances. I mean, it doesn't do nothing. But the people on shore, they have much better odds if they know, right? But the fact that you know and you're out on the beach, yeah, I don't think that's going to help you. It's just not going to, that information is not useful.
Well, I wouldn't say that that a lot of these organizations are necessarily like an unstoppable force of nature, if that's what you're getting at.
No, they're
Yeah,
not an
but,
unstoppable force of nature, but you're not going to stop them.
And with the Star Wars analogy, it's like there's always a bigger fish. You know, it's just like don't worry about it. Like maybe you just kind of keep going in the direction you're
These
going.
all sound like very nihilistic points. I don't know where you guys are getting this. That's so backwards. Like, there's always a
it's
bigger
proper
fish. It doesn't matter if you
agency.
try or if you're not. Like,
No,
what is this?
No,
You're
it's
just one
proper
lone person?
agency.
Like,
It's proper
where's this-
agency. It's not tilting windmills, right? Like you're not changing the direct. You're not changing the gravitational force of the planet. You're not doing it. You're not changing the orbit of the Earth. You're not changing the spin rate of the Earth. You can't do those things, right? And the FBI is not quite that big, but it's that big to you.
Or I'm
Like,
not even
it's
really
the
talking about
same
the FBI.
problem.
I'm more talking about the CIA because they do more like the weird covert stuff that you never hear about.
The CIA operates almost entirely outside of the U.S.
I
They're
don't
not
buy
a
that.
concern for U.S. citizens unless you're overseas.
I mean, my understanding is that they've been. Well, I guess no. Maybe I am. I know the FBI is okay. I guess I'm thinking about both. You're
You're
right.
not
But
you're
no-
not changing either of them though. Like nothing that you do ever will change anything that they do ever.
Oh, that's not true.
No, that's
People react
absolutely the
for it.
case. That's the problem. People somehow have this idea that their agency extends past the point of a single other person, right? The most agency you have is within your own body, right? After
Yeah.
that, it just goes downhill, and you already don't have full control of yourself. Jordan Peterson, you don't even know what you're up to.
What do you mean? What do you mean by downhill? Do you don't think that things spread out, keep going?
Of course, things
The
spread
direction
out.
you
But
have?
they spread out
The
from
quality-
you. If you
Yeah.
The quality
misdirect them,
dissipates.
Yeah.
right? Your power
Yeah,
dissipates.
that's the thing.
as
Is
you
like
get
so you're
further from
talking
your
about you
personal
can't stop
self.
this, but it's like well you can be the beginning of something. You know what I mean?
Or that you can participate in something larger. You know, I mean, that's kind of like the prayer thing.
Right.
That, you know, that I remember there was some sort of thing. I don't remember the exact study, but they did some sort of thing where they did. They had separate rooms, and they were like completely separate rooms. But then they also did like some sort of EMF blocking thing, like coverage on all the walls and floor and ceiling.
Electro. What do you mean EMF?
It was like a they took regular like office rooms and then they also put like Faraday cages inside them, and then so they had people go and they had them go in like a meditative state, and they had people in completely different rooms. They didn't even know that the other person was there. They didn't know each other or any of this stuff, and they were all sitting down there. They had both of them separately go into a meditative state, and once they were like actually, you know, they had them hooked up to some sort of brain scan, and then they took one of them and they flashed a flashlight in their eye, and the part of the brain in that person who had the flashlight flash in their eye lit up in the brain scan, and the same part lit up on the person who was on the other side of the building that was also in a meditative state. So it's like there is kind of you can
Well,
also even if
I
you're-
don't know about that, but wouldn't that give credence to the point if that was true? Which I'm suspect of that.
Which is
but
fair.
do you-
That's fair.
Huh?
I said which
No,
is
but,
fair.
but I'm
Yeah.
saying, but don't you think that would give credence to what I'm saying? I guess I don't know why you guys are making this point about
No,
it's so hard to have an effect as a
Well, let
single
me-
person if you're saying
let
that
me-
the person is the center of a whole of the wave in the first place.
No, they're not the center. That's the person's not the center of anything. They're periphery of the planet. That's the problem. That's the
Praise to
confusion.
Christ,
Let
I
me-
would say.
Let me. No, the Christ is the center of everything. Right. That's exactly backwards. You're not.
That's what I just said.
Right. But you're not. Right. The person's at the periphery. Right. They have very, very little
Yes.
power or control over anything or even influence. But I want to catch up on these. So, Sanjuro, it's about imitation, John. If you don't want to fight these forces, you would have to, if you did want to fight these forces, you would have to dedicate your life to it. Right. If you aren't, save yourself time and focus on other ways to serve your life. Right. Exactly. Right. Like if you're going to do that, like go all in, but it's a lot of work. Right. Wear clean underwear, eat well, sleep well, keep in accord with your friends and family and neighbors. It's the best that you can do. That's correct, Sally. Sally is correct. That's the way you can make the most impact on the world, period. Irrespective of all other things. Sally Joe, sleep well in your finite nature. And we are as sands and the lilies. Yeah, well, we are we really are. That's true, right? Rolling, fading into our seasons, right? And seasons are important, right? Because now, when you're younger, there's time to do things when you're younger, right? And there's times to do things when you're older, right? And you can't do anything when you're a baby, right? So, Lady Fortune, right, Elizabeth, right? Lady Fortune. The problem is that people, because of things like video games and boss levels and movies where single superheroes exist, which is entirely anti-mythological. The idea of the hero's journey is garbage. Campbell's an idiot. Like, he's just, I don't even know where he got that garbage from. His own examples don't prove
The
his
Earth
point.
garbage. That's confusing to me.
The hero's journey is garbage.
Aren't you
There's no
reading
hero's
Matthew
journey.
Pageau's book? I mean, I'm not saying that they're the exact same
No,
thing.
there's no-
but, like,
there's
mention
no
of
hero's journey.
Cosmology, as far as the way I understand it.
Is that you can have multiple heroes, but that the one, sort of like singular hero that just kind of goes and like becomes the guy that solves every problem.
In mythology, there are no
the
single hero
opportunity is
stories.
open to all of us, I would
In
say.
in mythology, there are no single hero stories. Those don't exist in mythology. I don't know where Campbell got this from. All of his examples contain multiple heroes. It's Jason and the Argonauts. It's all of the heroes at Troy. Like, there are no single heroes. That never happened. All of the heroes in mythology have helpers, usually with specific tasks. The so-called sidekick, right? All
Almost
of
always
them.
a father archetype. Yeah.
All
to the
of
degree
the-
it's good. That's why Dune kind of sucks a little bit. Is 'cause I feel like that's
Irrespective
missing.
of the father archetype, there's
It-
always
mostly
a
in
helper.
Dune 2. First one has it, but yeah.
But there's always a helper. There are no good stories that contain a single hero. That they don't exist. Not that they haven't been written. It's that nobody repeats them because they're terrible stories. And so when Campbell talks about the hero's journey, he's just making up a story, which is exactly the same story that people make up about the so-called allegory of the cave from Plato. It's a complete myth. It's not what Plato says, right? It's the opposite of the point Plato's making, which is just ironic. It's just garbage, right? You are not that powerful compared to two other people. This is the point that Peterson makes about the tyrannical chimp, right? One tyrannical chimp equals dead with two not tyrannical chimps. In all cases, that just means that any organization that contains more than one person is way more powerful than you are by default.
But I think that they also say that that it's not necessarily about like power, like the strength of the amount of cells you have in your body that puts you in that top spot. It's the reciprocity of
Right.
the one good ape or whatever. You know what I mean, that has a lot of
Right. And
friends, and so there's a
and why is
voluntary that
Right. Why is it reciprocity? Another word for that is
But
cooperation.
that doesn't just arise spontaneously. You actually need to have a good leader. You know what I mean?
But-
that people will gather.
yeah,
behind,
leader-
and they become
Leadership
mentors.
is a factor, right?
Yeah,
But it's
yeah.
not
And
the only factor.
reciprocal game will always outcompete the one that's top down force and control.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
right.
But both are
Because you
leaders.
don't have to spend the less energy doing two things at the same
That's-
time. You can just
That's
switch
right.
them
It's
apart.
all about energy expended. And the wise leader only expends his energy running the things that he can run well. And delegating, this is we talk about delegation and management, right? Delegating correctly is important, but you can't delegate perfectly. And the people you delegate to are also imperfect, as it turns out.
Very always.
Right. But then
Sorry.
once you
Nobody's
realize
gonna
that,
pronounce
you
the
look
game
at
you
any
played, right?
functioning, but you look at any functioning organization or corporation, and you should be marveling at it because it's amazing that
It
ever
is
worked.
amazing. Yeah, no, some of these these corporations are so huge, and it's like, wow, how do you guys even like the manpower to keep some of these things running is absolutely crazy. You know what I mean? And the intelligence and the forethought, and I feel like it's being made a lot easier with AI, or it's going to be made a lot easier with AI if it's not already. But yeah, no, these things are incredible. Yeah.
Let me
Sorry, was that
catch
a
up
weird
on.
point?
Let me catch up on this. Sandra, you can change it to the hero's journey. No, it actually doesn't, Sandra. There's lots of things wrong with Campbell. Campbell, I don't.
I've
I
never
don't
read
understand
directly
why-
from him actually,
Ca-
except
Campbell-
for his like Narnia and whatnot.
Campbell reads myths, and I'm like, dude, you missed the point, like all the time.
I guess what am I
yeah.
saying? I've never read his philosophy stuff, I should say.
Hero with a Thousand Faces. That's his big
Theology.
popular work. Elizabeth, yes, the hero's journey doesn't exist. Right. The hero's journey doesn't exist. The path of human development, which some people call transformation for some reason, which is just a dumb word at some point, that exists, but that happens to everybody, right? It's the relationship, right? Exactly. It is the relationship. Relationship is the thing that gives you more power than you have. Master and his emissary. Yeah, I still don't like that book. Sanjuro, the Marvel movies themselves prove it. Yes, the highest grossing and highest rated films are the Avenger films where all the heroes join together and cooperate to conquer the enemy. That is correct, Sanjuro.
But like
Not
even
somebody
that
else.
movie doesn't focus on everyone equally. I mean, they kind of continue it with where it started with Iron Man. You know what I mean? As far
There's
as
a
his-
hierarchy.
There's always a hierarchy, right? There has to be.
Yeah.
But the ones without hierarchy don't do as well because they don't reach as high. Oh, just talking about stories, Sandra. The Campbell series and tells terrible. Fair. Yeah, I think and the way he couches his stories to me, I'm like, I don't know about that, bro. But again, like a lot of people are misreading. Like everybody's misreading Plato, and I can't understand why. I'm like, you guys, like, I got to assume it's low reading comprehension. Like I just can't figure it out. I'm like, it's right there in the text. Like he's pretty clear about the fact that no one can leave the cave. And that you have to be dragged out of where you are, and that it's painful and no one wants to do it. And that even if you do it and you're foolish enough to go back in, they kill you. Like none of this sounds like a plus to me. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but like it sounds like all negative.
I was thinking on the topic of the like the hero hierarchy. Oh no, we lost him. I mean, he'll come back in a second. But
Hopefully.
but I was thinking on the topic of kind of like, especially because we're kind of like, I know it seems like John, like me, kind of likes the like a more biblical answer a lot of time. And there's so many good examples. But I was thinking of like King David, for example, where it's just like he's short in stature. And and that also kind of like the contrast was to his advantage in his initial fight. But you look, and there's actually a really short part. It was one of my favorite little things. There's like a 1 paragraph section where they're talking about like the formation of David and like him kind of eventually rising to kingship. And he has a group of like 30 guys that are like his closest guys. They only get mentioned in like 1 little paragraph. And all of these guys are actually like Avengers level dudes. Like I think one guy, there was one guy that they say he killed 600 people with just a spear in 1 fight. And it's just like, why is that not the main character of the story? I was like, I want to hear more about this guy because he sounds awesome. But he only gets mentioned for like 1 sentence. And it's like, that's okay. He didn't need the spotlight, and he clearly was doing his job behind the scenes, and like that's fine.
Yeah, and like if you read about Alexander the Great, for example, what you start to realize, or really any of these ancient sources, what you start to realize is that, with the exception of the Spartans, because the Spartans were all just top fighters, there's a core group of top fighters. And so like around Alexander, there's like 12 guys or something, or 10, I forget how many. And they're all just, they're at the top of the Pareto curve. They're not top 10%ers, they're top 1%ers. They're just the best fighters in the world. Like just the best, right? And that pattern happens occasionally where you get a group of people together that are just like that much better. Right? You can point to Germany with some of the generals. Germany has had the best combination of generals in history twice, or really once with a break in the middle, because I don't believe in World War I and World War II. It's just one war with a break. That's really important to know. Right? It's really important to know that Alexander's success is not due to Alexander. Right? It's due to the group of people around him and his leadership. And that's, that's significant, because to Ixnan's point here, postmodernism, you can misunderstand anything if you try hard enough. Well, they tell you can understand things that you can't, like, you can't. I've been listening to Rene Girard's work lately. And it's so funny, right? I'm like halfway through and they just, wait a minute, he's a literary critic. That's how he got his start, right? And then he switches from talking about mimetic desire and all these things, these good things. He talks about scapegoat poorly and completely misunderstands the biblical story so clearly. It's kind of sad. I kind of feel for him.
Did you do I See Satan Falls Like Lightning? Is that the one that you're doing?
No, I'm not reading any of his garbage. No, thanks.
I'm
that's listening
the only one I have familiarity with. But the scapegoat thing that you're talking about, I was like, he talked about half. Like, he mentioned a lot of really good, useful stuff, and like the single victim mechanism stuff is useful. But also, I was like, man, he used half of it.
Right. That's also he misunderstands things, right? He says, like, well, he talks about Cain and Abel, right? And then he sort of says, like, well, you see, the victim becomes sacred. And it's like, well, who's the victim in the Cain and Abel story exactly, sir? Because that's not so clear. Right. And then who forms culture and civilization? It's not right. It's not formed around the group murder.
Right.
And then he'll counter that and say, well, yeah, that's what Christianity does. It flips the narrative. But if you listen very carefully, I was listening to this, I think it's a 6-part series, although there's 5 parts that are kind of named the same. There's a part that comes before them all. If you listen to it, he goes what I would call reverse order. He's at the end, you can tell he's doing a literary critique on the Bible. And so he did that first because that's how he got his start, right? He was a literary critic. He does that first, and then he backs into mimetic desire. When he talks about it, he doesn't talk about mimetic desire at all. He talks about scapegoat. And as the series go on, he keeps redefining scapegoat one word change at a time. And so you get to part 4, which is where I'm at, which is the second to last part, I think, of the 6-part thing that I'm listening to. And it's like, wait a minute. Before, it was based on a group murder, as he calls it. And now it's person can lose an eye, temporarily lose favor with God, whatever, and they're also a scapegoat. And I'm like, that doesn't work. Like, that doesn't, not only doesn't it fit any reasonable definition of scapegoat, but like it, now you can find tons of examples that don't fit his pattern at all. Right. And I think that's why people are fooled, because then every once in a while, he'll just drop a bomb, like an absolute nuclear weapon of beautiful understanding on the audience. But, like, there's a lot of misunderstanding and misapprehension going on there. And, he's got a lot of things to say about, Christianity flipping over this story from the older civilizations. And it sounds like a really attractive story, but also it's technically wrong. Like, there are some parts where I'm like, no, that didn't happen. Like, I know enough civilizational history that what you're describing is just technically incorrect.
Yeah,
right.
And he goes, in the one book that I had listened to, he goes kind of pretty deep into like a criticism of myth itself, like just as a thing. And I was like, you're overextending just a little bit. Like, you're trying to pack too much stuff into a small bag. It's
well, he's trying to justify a Gnostic version of Christianity, and he does. He says explicitly, "Oh yeah, we go from heavy myth to less myth, and that's better." And it's like, what? No. And he classifies myth completely wrong. And that's why I was a little surprised that Peugeot doesn't throw his work out entirely, because it's just safer.
I think at one point he even says that myth is lying or something like he actually outright says that myth is a lie. And I was like, oh, you went way too far, man.
Right. Welcome back, John. You get your
hey, yeah, it's on my phone now. I have like one bar, but it's holding up. We'll see if my computer can come back. But yeah, for now it's just
all right. Let me just read this real quick from Elizabeth. Same with Dr. Peterson. He had Jonathan and Mature Peugeot right beside him. The 3 brothers.
Yeah. But like, the think about it is just they're like they're all heroes. It's just like, but I don't know. They each have their own individual stories. It's not like
everybody's got their own unique story.
Yeah.
Did you hear the part I had mentioned about the about King David right after you disconnected?
No.
I'll just super quick, like 15-second recap. There was King David had like a bunch of guys that were super close to him, like 30 guys. And there's like a 1-paragraph section in the part of King David in the Bible. And there's a guy that killed like 600 people with nothing but a spear in one fight. And it's like, that guy is basically like an Avenger, but also we don't hear anything else about him. And he's like, he's totally there and he was getting stuff done. but also he's not the center of attention, and that's okay. Like, it was fine by him, you know.
Yeah. No, I get that. I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, everyone's got like a role to play and a place to fit in, but you have to fit in. Like, that's still a sacrifice on your part, is to fit in, because then you don't get your will, you don't get your way, right? But the trade-off is protection and nurture from the thing you're fitting into. And also, if you're inside something, it's less likely to attack you, right? I mean, if you don't belong there, you don't belong there, right? But
I don't know. It's hard. I mean,
That's
if I'm inside of a bear's cave, if you're Nazi Germany, like, you know what I mean? And those things creep up slowly. Like, it's not a joke. These people.
But that's where you get Stockholm syndrome, right? You're inside something, so you learn to fit in because it's easier. That's correct, right? Like if you're inside Nazi Germany, not being part of the Nazi party is not a good strategy, because you're going to end up in a camp.
Really?
They all ended up in camp.
I think it's better to die than be evil.
Well, maybe,
Morally,
but
yeah.
maybe, but also most of the people in the Nazi camps were politically not on the right side, and that's how they ended up in the camp.
I guess you might end up like Solzhenitsyn, you know what I mean? Or like, I guess I mean, are you saying to like an undercover sort of thing? Like I don't know about the true story about Schindler, but I know that the Schindler's List movie, and I feel like there's actually, that must have happened with a lot of people. A lot of people took risks.
A lot of
maybe
Schindler's
fakes,
not the only one.
I'm not sure they shouldn't have faked. Maybe they should have stood up.
No, Schindler's not the only one. No, you do more good being inside a corrupt structure and subverting it than you do being outside the structure and getting killed by it, by definition.
Yeah.
Right. And Geddy Lee tells this story about his parents, right? I mean, he's a famous musician from Rush, tells this story about his parents. And in a bunch of different cases, there are people in the system who are just doing their job for Herr Fuhrer, right? And they see these people and they're like, no, we're going to help these people at their own risk. And in some cases, they paid the price for that, right? But at least they helped people in the meantime. And that's the problem. And look, you know, there's the famous story of the mayor and the mayor's wife outside, I think it's Auschwitz, but outside of one of the camps, where, you know, when they found out what was actually going on in the camps with the gassing and the burnings, they killed themselves. Right? They didn't know. A lot of people in Germany didn't know what was going on. Like, we have the benefit of hindsight.
I don't know. I don't know if they knew or not. Part of them might have knew subconsciously.
No. They didn't know. That we're certain of that. There are people. There's a famous. I forget who they were.
You don't know what's happening. Subconscious.
They escaped. No. They escaped the camps, and they told everybody about them, and nobody believed them.
Oh.
And they had photographic evidence and everything else. There were lots of people with blinders on. Like, and a lot of people say, like, oh yeah, we went into Germany, you know, and did the battles and all that to stop the camps. Almost nobody in the U.S. knew anything about the camps at all. At all. None of the soldiers knew. That's why we screwed up. Like, the army comes in, right? And they're like, oh, these people are starving, we'll just feed them. But they weren't prepared for that. Nobody in the chain of command thought to tell them, you can't feed a starving person like a lot of food. You'll kill them. And so the first few rounds, they killed people until the military figured it out and said, oh yeah, don't do that. Nurse them back to health real slowly. Don't give them a lot of food. Because we had a lot of food, right? Very, very good supply lines once we got into the borders of Germany, right? Once we get off the beach, we were in pretty good shape. But like, we were overfeeding people and killing them, basically, unfortunately, right? We didn't do too much of that. Why do you think that happened? Because they had no idea what was going on in the camps. None. Otherwise, they would have been more prepared to know what to do when they ran into these poor people who were half starved, right? But they didn't know. They had no idea. None of those soldiers knew the full extent of what they were fighting for, right? And it's just our retelling of history, right? I mean, there's a thing out there, and I forget where I saw it, but it'll come to me at some point, right? Where people were like, well, yeah, no wonder why the Protestants in the United States were scared of the Catholics. Look what the Catholics were doing in South America. Okay, no one in the colonies had any idea what was going on in South America. Also, yeah, those are the Catholics. Those are the Portuguese and the Spanish. The Portuguese and the Spanish did some pretty bad stuff to the natives. You know who didn't? Anyone else. Oh, that's a good little tidbit to know, right? It's the Spanish and the Portuguese who were doing all the bad stuff to the natives in the islands and in South America and in the Western US, the Jesuits, because the Jesuits just have a problem every once in a while, right? But they're all from Spain and Portugal, right? The English colonies, they never did any of that stuff, ever. The French colonies never did any of that. The French and the Indians, the Native Americans got along great. The Native Canadians, even, they got along fantastically well. Their families intermarried all over the place. I've got some Native North American in me somewhere, right? Like, it wasn't a problem. But if you compress history down to, Columbus came in and did all these bad things, and Columbus was an Italian, fair enough. When Columbus got back, he got in trouble for that. Like, even the people on the boat were like, bro, you can't be doing that. Like, you can't be treating the natives that way. And when he got back, he got chastised. I don't believe he was ever able to sail again either, right? Like, those aren't little details that don't matter. Those are big details that matter a lot. But you can't remember all that history. You can't process all that history. So we compress it down. And that's the problem. And then we go, oh, well, we know this about what was going on. And like, oh, we know that Hitler was working on a nuclear weapon. No one knew that. That's bullshit. No one knew that. We found that by mistake. And they had the information, right? And it took them a long time to figure out, well, what the hell is a nuclear pile and what would you use it for? No one knew.
Wait,
they didn't know right away.
I mean, we were developing a nuclear bomb in World War I. Like, you don't think just logically?
Only after the Germans. Only after the Germans. No one was developing anything new. The Germans were the first ones to do a nuclear pile. Way first. And we found it. We didn't know what the hell it was to some extent. And then we had to figure out, what are they doing with this thing? Well, that's the thing. Like, people don't know that. I want to catch up on comments though.
Okay.
Andrew. No, Mark, we need this is a good one. Hold on. No, Mark, we need a cyborg meta-modern sci-fi myth created and branded by one specific person. Yes, Sandro, I'm sorry. I will confess and repent my ways. On myth, by the way, Girard actually said this, right? He said the older pattern of myth and the illusion of myth, Castle. He said that in this interview I'm listening to. I'm like, okay, I'm done with this guy. He's an idiot. Sally, it shouldn't be hard to believe we just did baseless, utterly baseless mask wearing as a mass psychopathy for years. Yeah, well, some states did, not my state, but some states did. Sally Joe, there were places that never wore them and they were called ignorant. Right. There were tons of states that never wore masks. Right. Sanjuro, everywhere the French went, new regional dishes emerged. Well, that's all that matters is good French food. Elizabeth, yep, the entire system of Nazi Germany was so ordered that each person's work was siloed and had no idea of context. Exactly, because it was overly ordered. It was overly structured, right? And that's how Nazi Germany functioned so well. Exactly, right? But you can only run at an efficiency level that high for so long, to Castle's earlier point about life, right? And then it all comes crashing down. Or if you hit one sort of unusual thing, like let's suppose you get fooled by an attempt to fool you into believing that the beach landing is going to happen in a different place. Yeah. Or you get betrayed by one general, which also happened, by the way. You lose the whole war. Because that happened. That happened, right? Hitler got fooled twice and he got betrayed. Well, he went after one of his generals and the general actually ordered all the tanks back.
Yeah.
Just before D-Day.
Something
Whoops. What happened?
He said his battery was running low.
Yeah, maybe. Orandu, it's recorded in Patton's book, The War as I Knew It. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in some of the writing from the people who were actually there. He ordered all his army and the local villagers to tour the camp. Right. And then the mayor and his wife realized what happened and they couldn't deal with the shame. and they hung themselves. Yeah, no, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. No one knew what was going on. That's the thing. I mean, even after they were told, they didn't know what was going on. People have no idea. Hitler was amazingly popular worldwide, not just in Germany. And the reason why is because he performed a miracle. Germany was not going to be around in 5 years. It was not. Nobody thought that place was going to exist. Nobody. They were like, oh, that was the shortest country ever. All right. And Hitler effectively, for all intents and purposes, performs a miracle and saves a place that I think even Churchill wrote, there's no chance Germany's going to be around after this treaty. Right. And people felt bad about the treaty. I mean, the Versailles Treaty of 1919 from the first act of the Great War, it was so terrible that Woodrow Wilson, a crazy idealist who I don't particularly care for, actually did away with the League of Nations because he realized it had failed to do the one thing that it should have done, which is protect Germany from France effectively, because France was being completely unreasonable. Did you ever see the details of the Treaty of Versailles? Like the bad guys look pretty clear, and the bad guys are not the Germans in that treaty. They really got screwed, despite everyone's efforts, except the French. Everyone tried to save Germany, from the fate that caused the rise of somebody. And that's why when people go, well, you shoot Hitler, you would have gotten someone else, and they would have been just as bad, if not worse. Like, I don't know. There is worse, by the way, right? I don't know, man. The field was ripe to cultivate that rotten fruit. And that was going to happen, right? It was definitely going to happen.
I was thinking about the whole thing of if you rebel against the structure that you're in, that you essentially lose the benefits and effects of that. And it was interesting, I think Jonathan Pajot had mentioned this a long time ago, and I remember buying the Physiologus, that like the medieval bestiary. And it's actually really interesting. I had it sitting on my shelf for the longest time, and I recently looked in there, and I forgot that he had Jonathan Pajot had mentioned the Paradoxian tree, and I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing, and it's in that book. And the entire thing behind that is that it's like, oh, there's a whole bunch of birds that hang out in this tree in India, and that there's a dragon that guards the tree, and that it hunts only the birds and the other animals that are outside of the perimeter of the tree, but then it guards only the things that are inside, that are staying within the leaves and the branches and everything. And it just kind of reminded me of the topic of kind of the protection thing, that if the things that are kind of inward are remaining nurtured by the tree and everything, and then the things that the persons that decide to be individuals from the tree wind up getting, kind of chased down by the protective structure that's looking outward. It's kind of like you fly out of an air base that has an anti-air battery or something like that without actually telling anybody, or against against orders, and it's like, okay, yeah, now it's firing at you, and
right. Yeah, and sometimes that pays off.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So like the some of the stories of George Washington, right, in the battles he was in before the whole revolution thing or rebellion thing, which is a better word, right? Like he gets lucky, right? And that, shapes who he is. But is that providence? Is it luck? Whatever, who cares? It doesn't matter. Generally speaking, right, you should stay within the structure because the structure is protecting you. And it is a place where you can be nurtured. But if you rebel, you'll reject both of those things without realizing it. Right.
There's an example that I really like. Have you heard of I think he was like a lieutenant colonel, David Hackworth. Have you heard of him?
Sounds vaguely familiar.
He was in the U.S. military, and he has a book called About Face. Highly recommend it as like kind of a military history sort of thing. The guy was absolutely crazy. But he rose through the ranks, but he fought in Korea as a young man, and it was interesting because he. This is not really to the topic, but I'll reel it back in. It was just I thought it was a hilarious story that he was out there, and they had said when they deployed all the soldiers to Korea, oh, we'll have the war over by Christmas. So they didn't give them any jackets or thick socks or anything like that. And then Christmas comes around, and they're all freezing in Korea, and so this guy, you know, he had been kind of he had no resources, and a lot of these guys, they were to save on costs. The military had given these guys very heavy sleeping bags, and they were well insulated, but that was the only thing you had to keep you warm. And for as long as you weren't outside of it, you were totally freezing. But it was really heavy on top of all their other gear. So a lot of these guys would be so tired from marching that they would know, like, the only thing keeping me warm tonight when it gets even colder is this, and they would still drop it because it was too heavy. And there was one night when he was waiting through the night, and he had actually devised a plan because he was from Southern California. He was like just imagining the sun and going back and seeing his family. So he actually devised a plan to sit inside of a crater, bury his most of his body, and then leave his leg out and actually blow up his foot with a grenade so that he could get sent back on medical leave. And then he goes and he's about to pull the pin, and the sun comes up and he starts to feel a little warmth, and he's like, I think I'll get some breakfast. And like that's how crazy this guy was. But eventually he winds up being like a commander in Vietnam. And some of the stories, he gets in fist fights with his superiors, like just crazy stuff. And he gets fed up with the way that things are going, that, you know, he'd send his guys out. He was a very effective commander, and they would take a position, and then the higher ups would say, no, we need you to pull back from there. And they would get recaptured by the Viet Cong, and they would recapture the same thing like 4 or 5 times and then lose guys and resources the whole time. So he imploded his career by doing a CNN interview, I think. And he exposed people by name for every single thing that they were doing wrong, and how many people, like, they got killed, and the cost that they had incurred and everything for their bad leadership. Right. And he did that. Now, I guess the question is, and it's all speculative, of course, but when he did that, he actually went on the run from the U.S. government because, you know, he had violated a huge amount of things in his military contract.
Right.
And eventually he went to jail, but he wound up retiring, and he died as a restaurateur in Australia. So there was a happy ending there. But it was a very interesting thing. But you kind of wonder, like, if this guy had stuck around and become general, could he not have maybe had more influence? To your point about the people who are in the higher ups in Germany, if he had just kind of not been a yes man, but also not literally punched his superiors in the head when he had a disagreement with them, then maybe he could have actually had a little bit more lasting difference in there, or maybe rallied more support, you know. But we can speculate but also how much pressure could he have possibly taken? I mean, a guy like that, how much pressure can he take, you know?
Hey, sorry, my phone overheated again. Sorry.
That's all right.
Welcome back.
We're glad you're back. That's all that matters.
I don't want to. You guys can keep talking. I don't know what you guys were just saying. I just really came to mind. I can share that, but no, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, Castle, you got more notes to go through?
Let me look through them real quick. I don't know if anybody else. I got like pages of notes. I was doing notes on Moby Dick today as well. I'm trying to catch up and everything. You said, oh, you can't listen to it, you know, and I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. I'm gonna have to do language of creation on audio now, you know, or the.
Can't do language of creation on audio, dude.
I know. I already. Yeah.
It's full of pictures.
I know. I've read through it twice. And but yeah, it was just a silly joke. But I was like, yeah, I was like, oh man, this next time around, you know, I hope there's some sort of, I'm gonna have to do like Sola Pictura or something like that to catch up to these guys.
Sola Pictura.
But yeah, so I'm almost there. I think I'm still looking through my notes here, but I guess I just, as a random thing, because I'm not on the Discord, I don't really have familiarity with the platform, so I have to learn. But to what chapter did you guys read for this week? 15?
For Moby Dick?
Yeah.
I
look
again. Let me look.
I can't imagine it's further than that.
10 through 15.
Okay, I'm caught
Yeah,
up.
we're gonna get up to 15 on Sunday. I'll definitely be at the Moby Dick book club. I'm not sure I'm gonna make language creation this week, but I'm not sure Manuel's gonna make language creation either, since he ditched us last week. Yeah, two book clubs at once. That's a lot of work, and they're back to back. It's Saturday then Sunday for me.
Yeah,
Good
I
stuff, though.
found out that you guys were doing it as Language of Creation episode 1 was live, and I was like, oh no, I want to do all these things, but I was like, and then right after that, I was like, oh my goodness, Moby Dick on the same weekend. So I've been trying to catch up for the last 2 weeks, but yeah, it's pretty wild. But we'll get there. But I figure I won't be able to participate in Language of Creation until 2 weeks from now, or whatever, the week of the 19th or 20th or something.
Whenever, man.
But I would love to get in on that action, because the videos you've been putting out, with you and Manuel, a lot of the insights have been great.
Oh, good.
But
I'm glad it's working. Like, because it's a lot of work. I gotta
it
tell
looks
you.
like, it's work to listen to it, you know. So I can only imagine.
The Republic, one that we did on the Texas Wisdom Community YouTube channel there, that was a lot of work too. That was, these things were a lot of work. You'd be surprised how much work they are.
I believe I'm only 2 episodes into that, and I was like, oh, I was so derelict in catching up, and now these ones showed up. I got to back burner the Republic and then come back. But one of the things I had noted here was the whole thinking kids can raise themselves. And then I remember, I don't remember who it was that you had a guest on a stream one time, and they mentioned an interview that Jordan Peterson had with some guy who was organizing schools that were like supposed to be based on like it's totally decentralized, and the kids, like the older kids, organize the younger ones, and then they go and they're like, oh, you know, we're going to decide what we learn and everything. And I think that plays into what you said after you mentioned that in the monologue, that there's consequences to not raising children in the community or in the formation that you yourself operate in. It's like you're kind of doing the thing where it's like, okay, we're going to have the kids raise themselves and completely self-govern, and then they're going to come out from their formation into a world where they do not self-govern. And it's like, that's going to have some lasting consequences that I don't want to see, but I think we're going to.
Right. Yeah, well said.
Self-governing, though. I mean,
What was that?
I mean, we do end up self-governing, though, right? I mean, as far as like
with a much higher hierarchy, I guess.
Actually, literally go into the government.
We don't
involve in local politics and things like that.
We don't self-govern. So the ancient Greeks, according to my buddy Jack, Dr. Lantern Jack, like check out Dr. Lantern Jack's channel. He's really smart. The ancient Greeks tried 1,000 forms of government. 1,000. Right? Like, you're not trying 1,000 forms of government.
I don't know over what time period. I guess that's crazy.
But it doesn't matter. The point is, you're not doing that. Like, do you self-govern? No. I mean, you were born into the idea of democracy. We'll say the modern idea of democracy. It doesn't match what the ancient Greeks had. Where did that come from? Right? So all the options you have for the choices you have are governed by the culture you're in. Like, harems are not an option in the West.
Our elected officials, and it's not like a monarchy where like if there's no way to get it unless you're blood related. You know what I mean? If you run for your local office, you can get there if you see a problem. And so I guess I see that as self-governance. Now it's not like everyone gets to vote directly on how they want to be governed.
Right, but that's just open participation, which is a different issue.
Okay, I guess I don't know. I consider that self-governance. I guess so in your within your categories, like a straight democracy is the same thing as self-government, basically. What you're saying?
No, I no. The idea of self-government is a non-starter. The ideas that you have come from your culture. If you're in the West, harem is not an option. You could say, oh, there's the Mormons. The Mormons do not have harems. They have multiple wives, which is actually a totally different model from the Middle East and harems. They work different. They function completely differently, right? Like it's not an option in your thought because you didn't grow up with the concept. I'm not claiming I understand the Middle Eastern harem all that well. I didn't grow up there, but like I know that it's significantly different.
I mean, I think maybe this is probably difference with openness. People who are more open, but like I've always recognized that there are avenues that are completely off the map from what's handed down to you culturally. You know what I
Right.
mean? So
But you
I
don't
guess
know
I think
anything
that
about them.
I believe on self-government on my level, particularly
They're
personally.
unknown unknowns. Yeah, there's
Huh?
lots of unknown unknowns. And there's lots of things that are unknowable by you. And that's that. Like, that's nobody wants to hear that. There's lots of things that are unknowable by
Fair
you,
enough.
right? And
But
me,
no, I
and
guess
everybody.
so you think that people are fundamentally pawns of culture, that they're not like that they don't I mean essentially do you believe in free will?
Yeah, there's plenty of free will, but like that
Okay.
doesn't mean
But
free
I like
will
a
is
cultural
constrained.
level.
Like free will is constrained. Like let's suppose that you went to the Middle East and you learned about harems and you saw harems in action. If you come back here, you still can't have one.
I can't
Right?
will myself fly.
Oh, well, how self-governing are you if you can't have a harem, but a guy in the Middle
I
East
mean,
can?
honestly, and that's what I mean. Like there are avenues that are off the cultural path. Like I mean, there are people who definitely have harem type situations in the United States.
No,
No?
they don't even know what they are, and the women wouldn't
I mean, to
cooperate.
be honest, I don't know what a harem is. I was imagining a situation where you basically just have like a bunch of like sex slaves. Is that what a harem is?
Yeah, but that's not what a harem is.
Oh, okay.
And like
Sorry.
it's not multiple wives because harems don't function that way, right? Like in most harem type cultures, you have a wife. She's first in the harem and she gets special privileges all the time. And then you
Okay.
have somebody running the women who's a woman. Sometimes it's the wife, sometimes it's not. It kind of depends which culture, right? Like we don't have anything like that over here. You couldn't pull
Yeah.
that off. If you even tried, you'd get your ass handed to you by some government official somewhere or some religious authority somewhere. Like
Well,
we don't have anything like
I
that.
think at least at this stage, I think you could probably pull that off without the authorities getting up. I mean, if you're not in like
No,
a city,
no, you actually couldn't. That's the point.
Okay.
You couldn't build Sparta in a state in the United States. That wouldn't work
we're not
either.
talking about Sparta, but also
No, I
mean,
am
in
because
theory, you
those
could,
are
though.
all governances.
I guess
You
in
don't
theory.
have the option to govern that way at all. It's not even available to you. The limits of what you can do are set by the culture that you're in because you have to cooperate with people around you, if nothing else. You can't just decide, oh, I'm going to govern myself by being the king and having a bunch of subjects. Because if people don't agree to be your subject, it's not going to work. So you can't govern that way, right? You might be able to decide, oh, I'd rather follow some cult
cults do
guru.
happen.
Huh?
I mean, like cults do happen. You know what I mean? And I guess
Right.
they
They fall
do
apart.
attract a lot of attention from the feds.
Right. Cults happen. Lots of people try to start cults and can't, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
they can't
And they
self-govern.
usually
I
don't
could have
end
a
well.
killer cult, by
You
the
know,
way,
even that thing where it's like the polygamy thing usually ends in violence.
That's
So
right.
it's like I think what the only time polygamy
Yeah.
doesn't end in violence sometimes is when it's like twin brothers that marry a woman and they're all poor because they live out in the middle of the desert and that's the only way they can survive. But
Hey,
all
you
the
say
other
something about
times
my family?
usually it winds up not turning out super well for people because there's that thing where I think Jordan Peterson talks about this, like the access to women, and then that when you start limiting that and you have an excess of males, and then one male has kind of amassed an excess that it becomes the tyrannical chimp thing all over again.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the problem is that
me and my brother aren't Eskimo brothers. We're just biological brothers. That'd be weird.
but that's the fundamental problem is that most of the ways you would wish to govern yourself don't work. I mean, that's why you have passions and desires that need to be controlled, right?
Oh yeah, they I mean, like honestly, like yeah, I wasn't saying that they do work. They definitely don't work long term, but I think you could get away with it for like a short term. Like we have
Maybe.
a constitution, but like people
maybe.
like commit like laws against free speech and
Well,
treason
and
stuff.
And that's why people stop you from doing things. But in order for you to have self-governance, you have to have self-discipline. And most people don't have anything like that. And so the idea that you're free to, quote, govern yourself is already suspect. I mean, Peterson says this. You don't know what you're up to. Yeah, you kind of don't.
Yeah.
Well, that's a problem to self-governance if you don't even know what you're up to because you can't see yourself clearly, which you definitely can't. None of us can, right? Then who's governing and what are they governing towards exactly? Because I don't know. Well, and that's why you need the culture to hold you together and to show you like Paul Vanderklay's excellent work, right? Like we outsource our sanity. Yeah, we have to. You don't know if you're sane. It has to be relative to other people. If you throw somebody in solitary confinement, they go insane reliably, consistently. Well, that's kind of a hint that sanity relies on other people. Right? And so those norms that are available to you are available as a result of sacrifices other people are making, some of whom you'll never meet. Right? And what you have exposure to and what you have access to and what your native abilities are. Like there's lots of variables involved.
Yeah.
And maybe you want to be Elon Musk, but you're not willing to sleep under your desk and spend all night at work making the code work. Well, then you're not going to be Elon Musk, no matter how many IQ points you have or how many things you know about or how many successful businesses you run.
I mean, I guess
if you're not willing to put in the work, it ain't going to happen.
Though, right?
Huh?
That's why I asked the free will question. Because that is a choice, though, right? Like you could choose.
No, it's not a choice. No, it's not. I can tell you right now, we have an entire. No, John, we have an entire industry of software engineers who are not good enough to program, and that's why none of this works. It's so broken. There's so many updates on this phone.
But even that, like I fundamentally believe, like the way you should understand things, that mind shapes matter. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, whatever. There's got to be limits to that, and everybody's limits are different, which means everybody can't do anything they want. Like that's the problem. I'll never be a forward center in a basketball team. It's not going to happen. I'm not tall enough. Period. Yeah. I can't do it.
But in like theory, you could redirect, and this is like thinking like on a small level, thinking about something weird right now. But you could redirect with your free will the culture to that given aim, and then the consciousness of the culture moves in that direction, and eventually you would get.
But it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, you don't have that kind of power at all.
But the problem is, you get bogged down with all the other stuff. So like, you still have to eat and sleep and do all the other things, and it's like, and that there's also like kind of the random things. Like an example, I'm scuba certified. And I like scuba diving. I'm asthmatic, and yet my doctor, for some reason, still allowed me to do it, and it was fine. And I got I got all of my certification and everything. And then, even despite the cost and everything, I didn't have a lot of money. I was working part time, and scuba stuff is expensive, but it was really fun, and I enjoyed a lot of those adventures and everything, and I'd like to do more. But. So there is that kind of thing.
Cool to go down. Honestly, I think about like in another life that would be really interesting. I mean, whatever. I might think about it like that. It's just a scuba license.
But it's like it's fun, and I enjoy it, and I appreciate the experience and everything. But also the thing is that asthma didn't stop me from being a scuba diver. But I live in I live in eastern Pennsylvania. There's no water for me to scuba dive now, so it's like I have the certification and I have a lot of the gear, and I can rent the rest. And I have now the discipline and better health than I did that I could actually do that just fine. But also, I don't live anywhere near water, so there's not that I can't do it. I'm limited in that way.
No, I get you. Yeah, no, I understand. I understand the physical. Like I said, like you can't fly. I can't fly.
Right, but you also don't know where that line is.
How did the first bird come about?
Right. But see, the problem is, John, you don't know where that line is. Like we don't know where the line is, right? And also to history of Western civilization's excellent point, there are limits to the will. And you don't know what the limits to your will are. And so you can say this happened, and maybe that story is even accurate. That doesn't mean you can do it just because somebody else did it. That's not how the world works. But I want to. Yeah, I want to catch up on some comments here around you. You can get away with anything in the short term, right? You get away with anything. You get away with bank robbery. I knew a bank robber, by the way. I knew somebody who got away with bank robbery. I worked with him, right? Till the cops show up, right? Actually, the cops showed up on him and they never arrested him for whatever freaking reason. I think the company actually interfered on his behalf because he should have been in prison. Whatever. Sally Joe, just try signing all your paperwork in green ink for a year. Yeah, like there's lots of limitations. We don't understand our own limitations.
That's the law against it.
No, but like it requires discipline, and maybe you don't even have that much discipline. Like I said, like all the people tell me they're smarter than Elon Musk, and I don't argue with them. Maybe you are smarter than Elon Musk, but have you slept under your desk at work? And the answer has always been no. And I'm like, well, maybe you need to be at least as smart as Elon Musk and sleep under your desk and 6 other things I'm not mentioning in order to be Elon Musk. And this is what
Obviously,
people
you have
can't
to be
account
Elon Musk
for.
to be Elon Musk. Yeah.
I mean, you don't know all the things Elon Musk does to have what he has.
Yeah.
He also can't seem to have a long-term relationship that's stable. Maybe that's not a trade-off that you want to make. Maybe it's a trade-off it's worth him making, but maybe you don't want to make that trade-off. Sally Joe, because I don't even think most people could stay organized enough to sign everything in green for a year, even if society will let you. That's the better point, Sally. A lot of people don't realize, in theory, potentially, I could X, right? In practice, they couldn't. It's just flat out never going to happen for them. And because they don't know their own limits, they don't think they exist. And then they believe that they can save the world, that they're Iron Man or Superman or whatever, and without realizing, no, you're not, right? And when you can't even clean your room, the presumption that you can move society or change something or prevent the government or whatever is ridiculous. And that's the problem, is that we're not recognizing we need to take care of the stuff that's physically closest to us first, right? And you can say, yeah, that starts with our own self-discipline. I'm a stoic and a pragmatist, best combination ever, guaranteed, right? Like stoicism takes a lot of work. And it doesn't solve the problems that people think it solves, but it does make a lot of things better. Also, you can go too far and make a lot of things worse at the same time. I've been on both sides of that coin for sure, right? So you have to be careful with it, but also you have to cultivate it. Not like, oh, I'm a stoic now, it's good. It's an everyday thing. It's an every freaking day thing. So if you don't wake up every day and reflect upon your stoicism every night and look for ways to be stoic during the day, it's not going to happen. You're going to have been stoic for a short period of time, right? Because there are consequences to not putting in the damn work. And that's where people get confused. Like things take constant work, constant discipline, constant effort to maintain. And if you're busy doing that, and you don't have a support structure, like you weren't born with a super supportive family that has a lot of money that can, send you to, give you enough money to fund a political campaign, then you're not going to be a politician, right? It's just never going to happen.
I don't think that's necessarily a prerequisite.
No,
there's ways around it, but the cost has to be paid.
No, right. Somebody has to do that. It doesn't have to be your family, but somebody has to help you organize enough money so that you can do that work. And most of the people that try to be politicians, because you can watch them in your own local community, fail utterly and just waste tens of thousands of dollars on the attempt at relatively low-level political positions.
Yeah.
Right? If Donald Trump weren't a billionaire, he couldn't run for president, because he didn't work his way up the political ladder. And you could say, well, that's a bad thing, or you could say that's a good thing, whatever. It doesn't matter. You fall on both sides of that argument really easily, right? But the bottom line is, without the money and without the skill at organizing, which is roughly what running a business is, he couldn't have done that. You couldn't have replaced him. I couldn't have replaced him. Fairly sure Castle doesn't have the bank. Do you have the bank, Castle? You get a few million laying around to run for presidency?
I do not.
And you don't have the team, right? You don't have a group of people encouraging you, willing to get you donors and make all those stupid effing phone calls that you'd have to make to get up enough money. But you don't have that, do you? I don't.
Kind of do, actually.
I mean, if you have it, that's great. Then you can do that. But almost nobody has that. And that's where the problem comes in. People don't realize all the other things it takes, all the protection that you have against things like having to make 1 million phone calls to raise 10 grand. Because it's something like that. Like raising money is hard. It's a lot of phone calls. When you don't have a group of people working with you to do that, you're not going to raise money. You need the support structure, right? You're just not strong enough to do something that much above where you are today. And so you're better off focusing really locally, really, really locally. That's where you have the most control, influence, and power. That's it. You don't, the further you go away from that, the less you have.
And you're
And
probably
if you get
not.
that in order, then you can get other things in order.
And by focusing so far out, you're probably missing out on something you need to be nurturing that's super close, and to your point about, like Elon Musk kind of having family or relationship issues, and you look at a lot of like politicians and career businessmen and stuff, and it's like, would you make that sacrifice to go and change the thing that you treasure, or that it is precious to you, and move that to something that's outside of your home versus the thing that's inside your home? And
Right.
is it not a really good sacrifice to maybe get rid of the outside thing in exchange for, the thing that maybe you have more responsibility over?
No, I get you.
And more
Like, it's nice because,
capability
like,
over.
I'm saving myself for someone that I know, and it's the right thing to do. But it's just like, so I feel so lonely, and I feel like I'm insane most of the time because I'm trying to solve all these things. I don't know. I wouldn't say by myself because like I have a huge support system, but I think having a partner is really special. Yeah.
Well, you got to provide a place for that partner to be too, and a place for you to be. That they can be the same thing.
And marriage prep happens before you're married as well. Like it's kind of like the bowerbird thing. Like you got to build the nest beforehand anyway, and build up yourself.
This is what you guys are implying.
What?
I really don't. I said, look, I wouldn't have a problem. I don't have problems like getting a girlfriend if that's what you guys are implying. I just
no, like to develop the environment for the nurturing. Like Mark had made a point about Mark had made a point about in the monologue about the primacy of protection first before nurturing, and that it's necessary that you establish the solid boundaries wherein the precious thing can even exist first, and then you need to have the cooperation between someone who can nurture as a primary responsibility, and then someone who can maintain the perimeter and do the protection also as their primary, because you can kind of switch back and forth, but eventually you wind up racking up costs that catch up with you. But that it's that sort of thing of just kind of like, okay, you need kind of purification and to kind of build up, whether it's to kind of protect yourself from your vices in a sense, by kind of the Christian word would be like to mortify that, and that he was saying that you have to be kind of protected from yourself, but also that you can wind up over nurturing yourself to the consequence of removing yourself from protection. So he made an example that he overeats sometimes, or that he has kind of a proclivity to really enjoy a snack and then just kind of keep going like a goldfish. And it's like a person can do that, but they can even do that in, again, within the Christian frame, some people can have their vice or addiction to sin, or to any other sort of behavior that they could just be doing better, or an absence of a behavior that they should be doing, or that's necessary for the protection that they will be doing in the future. Like, it's a lot better to learn how to be a protective father before you actually have a kid, and then you have to learn that all at once while also having to change diapers and feed the kid and get woken up 30 times a night to cry. No, I'm not, but I've been around a lot of kids, and that I take the vocation very seriously, that I feel like I'm called to it as well, but I'm in my kind of purification time, that it's like, well, if I were ready for it, it would have been provided to me by now. But I realized, like, okay, if I had a daughter, would I think like, oh yeah, this young man is capable of providing the protection that's necessary, especially within like a Catholic context where it's just like, okay, are you actually going to have like 10 kids or something like that? How much protection can you actually provide? And are you ready for that? And maybe you need a little more time in the oven, you know?
Hey, Danny.
Hey guys. Hey, I don't have too much time, but I did want to, I had a couple quick thoughts on the concept of protection. The first thing that came to mind was that an AI robot can't throw a baseball. And so like what we do as humans is we aim or we use tools to multiply our force in a concentrated way. And I think the concept of force is one of those fundamental things that it's not really an axiom, but men, at least have a monopoly on force. And so then I started thinking about like, okay, well, what is force and what does it mean to concentrate force and what are the things that we protect ourselves against? I think this could be wrong, but I believe in the Republic. I don't have time to look it up and I can't access my notes right now, but I think music was either an important part in creating or controlling the warrior class or something like that. But there's lots of quotes along the lines of like, one is attributed to like Saddam Hussein that says, if you let me write the music and the poetry, I can, control the masses or the movies or whatever. It's not the laws. It's not the laws I care about. It's the poetry, the music, the soft stuff, the spirit that informs the warrior class. And then I started thinking along the lines of, I don't know whether there's maybe a better word, like maybe better distinction between like protection and preserving. But I think a lot of the things that we protect against ourselves are like egoic, as opposed to like maybe the elements. When you think of like protecting yourself against the elements, I think of like a farmer. And I think what's really been lost in our culture is what makes warriors. I think the mindset and all that internal stuff, like for example, I only listen to certain types of music when I work out, because of it engages in these complicated internal processes that I can talk about, but I don't really have too much time to get into, which is interesting.
Dude, yeah, all the time. Cool.
But in Vedic psychology, they have a model, a 5-part model for the mind, and the ego is called the protector of the mind. So you have got the intellectual and emotional part, and there's other parts of the mind which I can talk about. But the ahankara, or the ego, is called the protector of the mind. And so when I think about protection, I think you guys mentioned organization and how organization protects us against chaos. So if you think about like, well, what is chaos, or what does a belief system or organization do for you? That's really protecting yourself against yourself and your own. Otherwise, your mind will go crazy, and when there's too much in front of it. So those are a couple quick thoughts that I just had on the concept of protection.
No, that's good stuff.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Says Janny with his wife beater shirt on, showing off his muscles.
By design, I figured,
I love it. I want to catch up on comments real quick. Sandro, I was dedicated to being a good father since I was in the 6th grade. By the time I had my first son 5 years ago, I had formed into the kind of guy who would make a good father. Well, there's a good use of long-term aim, right, through time. I've got an exemplification of an ideal that I want to enact, right? I look at that instead of looking at like what's going on in Ukraine, right? or the riots in France, or whatever the hell's going on in France. Sally Joe, bring in the circle. Sally Joe, make the circle of protection as small as it needs to be to be manageable for protection, and then nurturing. Okay, Sally. Well, it's your stream, really. I'm just the mouthpiece at this point. Sally Joe, stability is more valuable than scale. That is true. Potential is greater than amount. Right. In other words, if you have a small one-bedroom apartment, but it's stable and it's maintainable, and you're able to get more money because you're not paying much in rent, small one-bedroom apartment, you're a safer bet for protection than somebody with a big house who's struggling to pay the mortgage, right? I mean, there's just, right? And then there's more potential there too, right? Not because of the amount of money you have, right? The amount of money you could have because you're frugal, right? Like that's good potential for more protection in the future, for continued protection. Because protection isn't a one-time thing where I have $1 million and that's all you ever need, because that ain't all you ever need. One regret that I definitely have, and it might be only the one, was I didn't make more money. I had plenty of opportunity to make vastly more money than I did. And I said, nah, this is enough. And it wasn't. It just turns out that it wasn't. Now, that might not have worked because, when you get your stuff stolen from you, it doesn't matter how much stuff you have. And an argument can be made that, they could only take so much. And had you had more, you'd have been fine. it's a reasonable argument. But also, it's not a guarantee, right? But having the potential, that's a whole different story. That's a whole different way of thinking about it.
Danny, I've never met you before. What do you do?
I'm a programmer. Or
Okay, cool. Nice. I've it's something that I've put on like a YouTube video like twice, and I couldn't get into. I'm guessing that's something I actually have to rigorously go to school for. But I don't know. I've thought a lot against because I've heard programming is just language, and my language skills are actually not that. Whatever. I don't know. I'm giving excuses for myself. I probably could figure it out. But yeah, that's cool. So what do you do with that, man?
well, I think I don't know too much about this, but like I think that like in if you take like the English standardized test, for example, like there's different parts of the brain that's like there's speech generation, there's speech recognition, and then there's like two other what's not speech, but anyway, there's different forms of pattern recognition. And I think that certain types of pattern recognition help you in programming. Like it's not, people think it's a mathy thing. But I think like if you have, like sometimes people who score, I haven't read any of this. It's just from just firsthand experience, in my opinion. I like if certain people who have certain types of aptitude, like with language, for example, different skill sets apply towards math versus programming.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. As far as I know, like IQ tests kind of they I mean there's lots of different subgroups, but like the two main clumping is with linguistic and spatial. And so one is like more the history and English majors. The other is well, I don't know if you'd say normally photography, but like math. You know what I mean? Yeah, manipulating objects versus metaphor. And I think there are different brain areas that are responsible for those things. I don't think I can. Yeah, but yeah. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
That's
the problem with those tests is there are at least 12 known axes, and they used to.
I don't
Then
know
they're not even.
I tried
They're not even
memorize
close.
at one point and then chilled out. So
Yeah,
like
they're-
the two big ones are as useful as I'd probably get.
Right, but they're not even the biggest ones, and that's really the problem. Is that they've got these systems that don't map to anything, and they don't scale. And then people ask me this all the time because I'm terrible at math. I can't multiply and divide at all, even on paper. Like it's bad. I'm great at
Really?
computers. Fantastic. Well, computers do all the
You're a
math.
language
But
guy. You're a language guy.
You do not need to do math if
You
you're
do
in
that in
computers.
school.
You
You
don't-
didn't have calculators in school though.
Huh?
You got to figure this out. But if I'm guessing right, when you were in school, they didn't give you guys calculators. So how'd you get through math if you can't do division, multiplication on paper?
I didn't. I failed math pretty much. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Never
I can't
mind.
do math, dude. Like it's
failed
not
English
that
well.
hard.
No, not really failed. But
Right. Like, I mean, I didn't even like there was no way they were going to try to teach me calculus.
okay.
Right. They got
I
me
guess.
through algebra and that's about it.
Yeah.
And I don't even
Oh.
remember any algebra. You don't need any math at all to do computers because it turns out that computers are great calculators.
Yeah.
You have to understand certain principles, right? In order to be able to do like you have to understand precision and floating point numbers and bits, but that's actually not math at the end of the day, right? It helps to know some principles of mathematics, but actually doing the equations, the computers do all the equations. And you don't need to know that, right? And yeah, I had a teacher a million years ago, and he knew he spoke four languages fluently and knew like 8 others. Like he was right, and then he left teaching to go be a programmer, right? And pick up programming languages, right? Because that exaps pretty well, as it turns out, right?
You know, one of this is like the best teacher I ever had in public school. His name was Mr. Lawrence. He was in my 8th grade earth science teacher. I think he taught some other classes, but I don't remember. They're all science related. The most overqualified teacher I've ever had. He's actually I believe this is still true to this day, but he's in the highest grossing IMAX movie of all time. And the reason because of that is because he's actually in a documentary about the Grand Canyon that plays in an IMAX theater there that goes nonstop. And so I think, even over Avatar, It's the highest grossing IMAX movie or film of all time, like on a weird technicality, because people forever have been just going into the theater to see that documentary that keeps constantly playing. And he's one of the guides in it. But yeah, no, you could ask him anything. It was so cool. I remember one day someone asked him like, "Hey, why do these rocks like grow in the dark?" He was like, "Do you want to know?" He was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm not just asking. You really want to know?" Like, yeah. And then he started going into like quantum physics and stuff for a while. It was so cool and so crazy. And I think by the time at the end of the year, that ended up being his last year, he went to go teach. I think I don't know, something like in Korea, somewhere in the East or something like that. But yeah, I don't know, just a really cool teacher. Like I honestly, I can thinking right now, I can think about so many things that he taught us that stuck with me that are really, really practical. But yeah, like he was a good public school teacher. Yeah, that's just all I'm gonna say. And way overqualified, and then stopped teaching at our grade level afterwards. So yeah, I don't know what that means, but
So you got lucky.
Yeah.
And
I got lucky. Yeah,
teachers
People
should
said
be
he had that
overqualified.
too strict. I disagree. I didn't
But
smell his breath.
But teachers should be overqualified, right? Because you can't. Like, what is a qualification for a teacher? It doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these things that they're taking on, I think, are like way essentially above their pay grade or something. Like, I don't know, because you have like English teachers trying to teach philosophy, and I don't know. I guess a lot of teachers just try to teach philosophy. That's what it is at the end of the day. Every teacher also wants to be a political scientist for some reason, and yeah. I would like to homeschool my kids. So,
But you're formed by the things you are exposed to in school, right? And that's actually the point of the allegory of the cave in the Republic, is that, like it or not, you're formed by the things you're exposed to, and you're limited by those things. And that just happened to you, and you had no choice about it.
I think a good model might be, I don't know, because like a lot of my siblings, me and all my siblings went to public school pretty much at the same time. So my eldest sister, didn't take anything. You know what I mean? She just went straight to college. And then my other two brothers started off in 9th grade and then worked their way through. And my brother 6th grade and then me 5th grade. We all went at the same time and then worked our way up. Actually, I might be consistent with my eldest sister, but like, anyways, I don't know. So I also heard that one thing that I think Charles Murray did for his kids was that, or he at least recommends everyone do some public school. You know what I mean? Don't just do private and go in public. And so I wonder if there's a good thing where it's like, start with homeschool, be well socialized with the neighborhood kids and all that. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's going to be effort on the parents to have to make sure that they're in, you're not raising your kid to be. I met kids who were homeschooled their whole life, then went to public school, and they would laugh at weird times. They would be just incredibly out there. You know what I mean?
They're not well socialized.
Yeah, it's like I don't even feel like I can make a joke about you. You know what I mean? In like a fun way. You know, like people always make fun of me, and I can handle it. But it's like I feel like if I did that, you just collapse. And like I don't know. So that was
right. And if you go to private school, like I did, I went to a private school that was junior high through grade 12, for 100 kids. Okay, so you can imagine that most of those children, in fact, I think there were only 4 of us, were wealthy. One of them actually brought in an $80,000 chunk of emerald for show and tell once, because his father owned an emerald mine in frickin' Brazil. Okay.
Cool.
Me being around those people was fine, whatever. I got a lot out of it. But if those were the only people I was around in school, I would have missed a lot, right? I did end up going to public school after that, right? And that was important because you don't get a full range when you're in a small club. And if that small club is your family or your family and the immediate kids around you, because that's what homeschooling is, then you're not well socialized.
Well, okay. It depends. I think it probably depends on the size of the family. Because, like, for instance, I mean, they also do a lot of public events. But I just there's a family I hang out with a lot where I live, and they homeschool the whole life, 9 kids. You can tell. You know what I mean? They're all just very just well behaved, good kids.
It depends on the quality of the homeschooling. I mean, my cousin homeschooled, right? Yeah. But they had this huge homeschooling group in the state where he is. And they, twice a week were getting together in
Yeah,
large
yeah.
groups, right?
they're
That
also
were as
church.
large as a public school group. Well, that really helps you socialize because you're exposed to a lot more people. And homeschooling isn't one thing, right? It's a
Yes.
statement. It's a statement of a rebellion against a system, right? For better or for worse, right? And
Yeah,
so,
it's
like,
so funny.
some
What's this-
homeschooling is
you know
probably
what I mean?
good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right,
those
but not
homeschool
all.
networks can be pretty big. I mean, like I was homeschooled for about half my schooling, and I want to say, like, so there was a good chunk. The first half of my homeschooling was actually pretty great, and then there was a portion kind of post family drama where a lot of my homeschooling. Speaking of kind of like the those crazy schools that we were talking about, it was basically completely unsupervised homeschool. And it was like, because that was just it's like, okay, you can either work or you can teach the kid. And it's like, that's, you get one. But there was a homeschool group, and they did an amazing job of not only having people that, you know, you could have like the older kids could go and kind of do some tutoring, and then the parents each had kind of like, they would take on different responsibilities for carpooling and stuff. And so you
Yes.
could do field trips to museums and stuff, and a lot of the museums had like free days, so you could socialize and still kind of network with the other kids, and, you know, do like little mentorship stuff and everything. So honestly, it really does come down to how it's the protection and nurturing thing, where it's just like how well defined are the borders of your homeschool group, and then how well are you actually nurturing your kid in between those visits with the other kids, so that you don't have like
Right.
that situation that Jordan Peterson talks about with the summer camp with all the antisocial kids, where they just got worse, you know.
Yeah. No, that's all a great point.
It's
you
not
were in
one
something
thing.
called the homeschool hangout. Sorry?
Yeah, it's not one thing. It has one name,
Yes.
but it's not one thing. And that's where people get confused by
Well,
things.
even public schools, you know what I mean? Like I went to a school, it was called Dubois Junior High, and that was absolutely great for me. Sorry, but I've been really quiet this whole time. But that was absolutely great for me. I mean, they had a digital video production program that was really cool for me, like stretch my wings in. You know, every day and every week you got to make videos and then broadcast them to the whole class and do like video announcements and things like that. You know, good football program, good art teachers and things like that, and Mr. Lawrence, as I said. And then I remember I moved to Ohio, and you know there is some good. I really like the principal there, but what you're kind of saying, and goes to your point earlier about the importance of culture, Mark, is that like really the big difference was just the overall atmosphere of the students there. Like I feel like the relationships between boys and girls seemed really broken in a way. You know what I mean? Like more. I can't really describe it. It was just weird. I felt like we were all just kind of in one friend group in Boise. You know, we'd all hanging out. You know what I mean? And then it almost felt like when I was in Ohio that like I don't know. It was like boys and girls like hate each other still, and I'm like it was kind of there was like an immaturity to it. We're like, what's going on? Like I don't know. And like the boys and girls didn't really hang out. They just kind of looked at each other as just like I'm trying to lay that girl and stuff like that, just like all the time amongst like the popular kids. I'm like, this is really weird. Like I don't know. It was really alienating at first because I'm like, I just want to like all hang out together and not be like
changing culture is a big deal, and people don't realize moving is often changing culture.
Yeah. I mean, yes.
That's domicide, right?
Yeah.
Because you're no longer in the protective structure you were in, and you no longer get nurtured in the same way. That might be better, but it also usually is not.
And there might be like temporary consequences too. You know, like my experience moving from Southern California to Pennsylvania was kind of a bit of a culture shock. It is a better and safer place, but also when you're used to Los Angeles, you feel safer there. Even like even if your car gets broken into every now and then or whatever, you still kind of have like a sense of security because you know your way around. You have a social network and everything, but then you go to another place and it's like I have no idea where anything is.
Yeah, you
and
get
these
that.
people
That's
drive
totally
differently.
or actively
you
trying
know?
to attack you. It's like okay.
Yeah, the people here. Yeah, it's like I don't even like just kind of the way that people move. You can I could tell how people drove on this side of the country by watching them move their shopping carts in the grocery store, and it's night and day. And I have to, you have the thing in California where it's that people don't know how to drive when there's like, it starts to sprinkle a little bit because it never rains and people freak out because they hydroplaned a little bit. And then everyone slows down and you have traffic for weeks. But over here, like people seem like they want to kill you, even if they have like a grocery cart, and it's just like you have to be kind of on your toes.
Competitive.
Yeah, and it's like, but now, you kind of get the flow of it and know like, okay, I'm not going to fishtail my way out of this, this situation. I'll just let this guy pass,
No, but by the way, for those of you guys who like what I was talking about a second ago, like what happened was that like, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't talk about this yet. Nothing. I had issues with people who were cartel members. Whatever. It's just the whole thing.
They tend to cause issues.
Huh?
I said they tend to cause issues.
That's their
Yeah.
specialty.
Huh?
They're good at it.
They're very good at it. Yeah.
Related to protection and nurture, in developmental psychology, you might have heard of terms like learning mindset or performance mindset or fixed mindset or growth mindset. They've done studies on kids, and it's basically like kids who are rewarded based on intelligence or performance, like you're successful because you're smart, you're performing well. They develop this what they call fixed mindset, which is essentially the molding of an ego, which is protecting you against negative emotion and certain reactions, as opposed to groups of kids that are rewarded for effort, which they describe as growth mindset. They describe these two processes, and they have like pretty strong predictive powers over the course of life. But I mean, a lot of that, obviously, I mean, a lot of your ego is formed in your early years. But I mean, there's a lot of that. And I've heard traces of those types of things in both of your stories, though.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth.
That's worth a lot, man. Thank you. Yeah.
So I did have to go pretty soon, but I was wondering if there was any reaction to any of the things that I brought up.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
had some good insights. I mean, Sally Joe said, "Awesome, Danny." There you go.
I agree.
What more do you need?
Honestly, we bring up so much. It's hard for me like to pick out one particular thing. But yeah, no, I think you.
So sorry.
No.
I just had a quick thought that just came to me, which I might have mentioned briefly, but I don't remember. But when I think of protection, I tend to think of exclusion. Like, I mean, when I think of protection, I think of like being in the gym, and in order to go in these states, in certain physical states, there's a very intense mental concentration, and when I think of nurture, I don't necessarily think of that kind of a thing. I mean, I don't know if I would call it inclusive. I don't know, but there's something there, I think.
Yeah, nurture is inclusive by nature, and protection is exclusive by nature.
I think of the word
wait.
temple. Like the root of temple, like the tem means to cut off. And so just kind of thinking of that, it's like, okay, you had the precious thing inside the temple, but you're also excluding
Did he hang or is it
everything
me?
else. What was it? What?
Yeah, you're excluding everything else.
Yeah. In order to actually include something and to create those boundaries, and to Sally Joe's point that to make the boundaries small enough that you can actually protect and nurture within the thing, you wind up essentially discriminating against literally everything else. So there is kind of like a cutting off of that.
Right. And then if that space is big enough, you can let something in at your discretion to be nurtured as well.
Yeah.
Right. And that's why nurturing is inclusive. Right. It's just inclusive within the exclusive space. If the exclusive space isn't there, there's nothing to include because everything's already included.
Yeah, it's all outside.
That's why boundaries matter.
Yeah.
And you need to draw the boundaries, right? So that somebody else can live there with you.
Yeah.
Or cooperate there with you, right? Or whatever, right? And that's why corporations are important. That's why institutions are important. That's why governments matter, right? And when they're not functioning well, that's a function of people, not systems. And so you need to fix the system.
I mean, yeah.
Have you done a live stream? Sorry.
You agree there, actually.
Have you done a live stream on boundaries?
Yes.
Okay. Because I had a bunch of thoughts, but
You
it'll take a
bring
long
them up
time.
now. They're all relevant here.
Well, I need to chew on them. I can't. I don't think it'd be productive to shoot from the hip.
Go
That's what we
okay.
do here, Danny.
Probably gonna make some ground beef sandwiches tonight. Not sandwiches, just eat ground beef.
That's
my
nice.
that's my shot from the hip. I think I've been adding. I'm trying to do the carnivore diet, but I've been throwing in cheese and messing up a lot. But not even messing up, just like I had a lot of chips and stuff and sliders at the thing yesterday, and then they offered me coffee in the morning, and I was like, sure. And I made breakfast for everyone, and so I made bagels and a big thing of sausage, and I think I got 3 pounds of sausage, 12 eggs, a couple onions, whatnot. It was enough for like 6 people to eat. It was only like $35, so I was actually proud about that.
It was good.
That's not bad.
Yeah, you know, seriously, yeah. So, yeah, I need to go for the ground meats more often instead of going for straight steak. Plus, they have a higher fat content, maybe just naturally. And so, you know what I mean. I think what was happening is I was just trying to do steaks. I think with the carnivore diet, I think it's like 1 part fat, 4 parts or 3 parts protein, meat, red meat. And so I wasn't. That might be even more than that, but I wasn't getting enough. And my body burns like a ridiculous amount of calories. You know what I mean? Like I'll eat 3 steaks in a night and like and just go to sleep. And like 3 steaks is like $30, $30 a day kind of deal. So like
It's expensive. Yeah.
But ground beef, $16. I'll eat half the thing. So yeah, that's gonna be all I have to do for now. See how long that keeps up. But
So I got to run, but I would be interested if anybody out there has commentary on nurture. I know we've been talking about It seems like we've been talking about protection for the majority of the stream, but I would be interested to hear more insights and thought on nurture if anybody's out there that wants to join.
But nurture is a sub function of cultivation, or it's a type of cultivation, right? And so nurture is all about focusing on the formation of the thing that you're trying to grow, right?
Yeah.
So nurture involves pointing in a certain direction, right, to get the thing to where you need it to be, right? And it's probably resisting you because it's probably going in 6 different directions at once when it needs to go in one. Because, you know, this is like, people don't understand, like when plants grow, if you prune them, they grow better. Why? Because you can focus them in on where they should be growing, and they focus all their energy on that instead of wasting their energy on other things. Just cutting the dead branches off a tree makes a tree grow better, right? Because it's not focusing on trying to keep those dead branches alive, right? And where you cut when you're pruning trees, by the way, matters quite a bit. And that's part of the problem, is people don't have an appreciation for that. They don't understand that making those decisions, even if they're like partially arbitrary or allegedly arbitrary, is important, right? And it's part of nurturing, right? So the nurturing isn't just, we'll say, all positive affect towards the thing. That's B.F. Skinner's big mistake still, right? It's also about making sure that the negative gets dealt with quickly, right? And
I know when I'm pruning my hair. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about like how I decide when one of these needs to go is that like it'll have a clump in its own center that's separate from the center of my head, and then I just need to pull that and pull that off. So that's like a practical way I think of seeing it.
Well, it's good. That's good that you have a system for it.
It's kind of like it's the kind of reverse of what we were talking about before, where people kind of make the mistakes of trading quality for quantity. But in this case, it's kind of like it's identifying. And I think to your point, Mark, you had mentioned something about finding whatever the largest things are that you can sacrifice that are the highest costs. Just whatever things are adding unnecessary complexity, and then kind of sacrificing those for the purpose of the integrity of whatever quality you're looking for, even if that means sacrificing aspects of the thing that you're valuing.
Exactly.
I think, and a person can do that in themselves, I guess, through like the confess and repent sort of thing. But it's just like it's very much a pruning aspect. And also, I guess, to add on to the confess and repent thing, it's also an amend sort of thing. Like there's also kind of the growing process of making sure that it actually continues to grow and not, keep on, like those branches are going to grow out again, maybe not in the same way, but you'll have to prune it again, so maybe early and often.
Right. And the nurturing is also about the relationship that you have with the thing that you're nurturing. That relationship has certain set of qualities, and you need to put time, energy, and attention into that, right, in order for the thing you're nurturing to grow correctly, right? And you could say, well, it'll grow without me. Yeah, to some extent it will, but who knows if it'll be stronger without you? Almost certainly not, right? Assuming you're directing it to some extent. And who knows how much better it would be with your time, energy, and attention as opposed to without. Because this is where people get confused, right? The emergence is good problem. People go, oh, this thing emerged. And I'm like, yeah, no kidding. Things emerge all the time, like with no interference from anybody. It's called entropy. It'll be okay, right? So the fact that something happened is not interesting. Things are always happening, right? The question is, are you or is a group of people putting their time, energy, and attention towards making something happen deliberately? Because if you're not, the thing that emerges can go in any direction and have any effect at all. Any effect, right? It can go bad at any moment and kill everybody. That can happen, right? And so when people don't pay attention to nurturing, to making a quality relationship of time, energy, and attention with something, and carefully curating those qualities, it's not being nurtured. It's just a wild thing that anything could happen. It's effectively an explosion waiting to go off.
Yeah. That makes, I like that. Like whenever I hear the word nurture, actually, I honestly, I just think of nurse. In all meanings of that word, I guess. You know what I mean? So I think of giving care, material, I guess, the thing something needs to grow, I guess, is the way I think about it. Or to heal, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when thinking about setting the direction of something, I mean, that means you need to cultivate the ability to make decisions without sitting there all day long and becoming neurotic. There seems to be an interplay between intuition or your signal processing processes, and then like when I think of making decisions, we tend to think of that as more of an executive function. But when you think about cultivation, I mean, setting the direction is clearly an important part of that. But I don't know if there's maybe another piece to. I mean, there's what about upstream? I mean, when you think about a masculine and feminine dichotomy, for example, like women oftentimes have ways of coming at what they're trying to feel towards, or I don't know what I'm trying to. The feminine dance of sense making is sometimes different.
It's always different, but that's why they need men.
I think it's more like relationship based. So I think oftentimes, and I think I'm good at understanding like a lot of like girl drama and things like that, because like while men will oftentimes just see the facts of the situation, like girls will be more thinking of like, oh, but why did she say that, and trying to figure out what's going on there. And I think that's like sometimes I feel like I'm more on top of some of the drama that some of the girls around, and I'm like, no, you didn't see that. Yes, she did. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, whatever.
Right, but there's a more important point, Danny. Like a lot of people put decisions in terms of themselves. And the bottom line is there's lots of decisions you should not make for yourself ever. And there's no reason to. Like there's even more where there's no reason for you to decide that. Just none whatsoever. Right? Like either it'll get decided for you, or you could go to somebody who has more perspective and more knowledge and get them to decide for you. Right? And that's the problem. And we were talking about this earlier.
I'll listen to them. I'll listen to what they have to say and see.
Well, it's irrelevant, John. It's irrelevant whether you listen or not. I'm saying this is an option that's available to you. If you don't take it, that's fine. Like,
okay, yeah.
I don't care. And you don't want to listen to anybody else, you don't have to. Right? You can try to make all the decisions of your life for yourself by yourself. You can try that.
No.
Right? I don't think it's a fruitful use of your time, energy, and attention.
Oh no,
right?
I mean, I think I always make my own decisions, but like, I mean, you ask other people.
I don't even come close. No, I don't. No, there's lots of stuff
I
I don't
remember
want
actually
to decide.
when I was like,
No,
one of
no,
one of my
none
core
of my
memories-
meals. No, John, none of my meals are decided by me now. And every once in a while, I get asked, "What do you want to eat?" And I go, "I really don't know, and I really don't care. Like, feed me rice. I'll be perfectly happy." right?
Okay, so like,
I don't make
Uh,
any of those decisions at all. At all. None. Zero. It's fantastic because it frees me up to do other things that A, I'm better at, and B, I need that extra cognition for. Like, I need that energy. I need that time. I need that
Yeah.
attention of not what am I going to have for dinner and how am I going to make it. I don't have to worry about that anymore. That's all
no,
taken
you're
care of.
right, you're right. No, that
Right.
is one aspect.
Right. I mean, you could try to make all the decisions yourself, right? I could make a decision. I could say, you know what? I need to figure out which GUI framework I'm going to use for a certain project, right? That would be retarded, right? The right answer is to ask somebody like Danny, who actually can just tell me. He can ask me 3-4 questions about my project and tell me, no, you need React or you need to never touch Angular or whatever it is. Why? I am more than capable of making that decision. It's just going to take me forever to do all the research and all the understanding. And the odds that I'll get it right are not nearly as high as if I just talked to Danny. It's stupid for me to make that decision. I can, right? It would just be dumb, right? What's the cost of your independence? The cost is freeing up your time, energy, and attention for better things. Well, that seems like a reasonable cost to me. I have more time, energy, attention for other things. And then if it's wrong, I can blame Danny. That's even better. I'd love to blame Danny for something. That'd be fantastic. Then I have to blame myself.
Danny's chill. Don't blame nothing on Danny.
And Danny will be fine.
Yeah,
But-
go
but
with
that's
go
the
with Angular.
thing.
But sorry, go ahead.
But that's the thing about decisions. Like, there's lots of things you should make decisions about. Like, and when you outsource your decision making to people who are better at that type of decision than you are, your life just goes better. Like,
Yeah.
period.
Okay, so I think we're thinking about this on a different level. Because like I
we're
was
not.
really thinking about it, huh?
No, we're
No,
not.
I mean, okay. Like what came to mind when you were talking is that like when I was 3 or 4, I remember grabbing my parents' keys and I dropped it down the bed. And because on my head I was thinking like, there's no way that like my own like little decision here can have like catastrophic consequences. You know what I mean? There's no way it could be this easy to like mess everything up, and it is. You know what I mean? All the time, constantly, for the good and for the bad. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know. And so I guess this idea that you don't have a decision. You know what I mean? That it's like, oh, the institution decided for you or something like that. It's like, no, you made a decision to follow the institution, and you know,
But that's not
Wanna
not
have
necessarily a
responsibility.
decision. Like, you're following institutions whether you like it or not. Like, you were born into a bunch of institutions. You had no say
there's
over.
no institution that says I have to drop the key down the bed.
No, I'm not saying every decision has nothing to do with you, but I'm saying most of your life involves things that you didn't decide on and don't have the ability to decide on. And then there's a middle ground of things you don't have to decide on that is better for you not to decide on, despite the fact that maybe you could.
Okay.
So 3 buckets. And that's super important, right? Because what it means is that you can get better life quality out of submitting to the decisions of other people.
That's fair. Okay.
Right. And you can always chastise yourself or blame the institution, and sometimes it's fair to do that, right? When things go horribly wrong. And like, often it's better to blame the institution when instead of your own bad decision.
Oh no, it's not though in the long term. You know what I mean? It's always better to blame yourself. for your
No, it's not
mistakes.
better to blame yourself when it's not your fault.
Oh, I mean, okay.
Well, if you didn't make the decision, then you also don't have the full responsibility. And not being responsible for everything in your life is really handy because it frees you up to
But
be
do you think
more
there's a problem with
responsible
just
for the
being
more
able to say,
important
well,
things.
I'm just following orders. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. I'm just doing what they say to me, And so if the world goes to hell with me playing a role in it, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Especially this is a really important thing to think about right now because things are moving so fast, becoming so powerful.
If
Like,
yeah, if that happens, but you don't know when that's going to happen. So the fact of that
in our
is not
lifetimes.
relevant to anything. Like it's all speculation about something you've no access to. And again, this is why Hitler's Germany was so effective because everything was heavily siloed. So they were part of something. They had no idea what was going on in it. And you can blame them for being part of a machine that saved their lives.
Torture happening around the corner.
But also it saved their lives. Like that's the problem.
Nazi Germany saved the Germans' lives?
Saved all of Germany wouldn't exist if Hitler hadn't done what he did.
The tech prints are not my fault because I didn't take unemployment during COVID.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like Sally's right. Tax rates are not your fault, right? They're just not. And you don't have any control over that. And the thing is, a bunch of people took the money you didn't take anyway. So all you did was screw yourself because they got that money and misused it and you wouldn't have.
My conscience would be aching right now. Sure. I'm proud of that. That's one of the things I'm actually proud of. I know I have less money.
They took that money and did bad things with it because you didn't.
I shouldn't take money that isn't mine. That's a bad thing to begin with. Okay,
and that's good that you didn't.
Yeah, there's no clean trade-offs. Like there's no way out. Like there's still responsibility. And the question is, where do you want that responsibility?
And maybe the responsibility is just to be able to respond to whatever circumstances you're in. You know, that you don't have to be at fault, but you can still be responsible for it in the sense that now you are in a position to respond and also you have to live. So you're going to have to do something anyway. And how you respond is, you know, like you could say that's up to you, but there's outside influences. But
and it's always a coward, especially when against that's. I said it's oftentimes easier to be a coward.
It is, yeah, but it's also a trade-off, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like the that you guys were talking about Nazi Germany before. It's like, well, you know, is it better to join the group and then survive physically, or is it better to then become a martyr? And it's like there are, you know, I mean, you can look to like Saint Maximilian Kolbe, who was a hero and a martyr in the concentration camps, and like he exemplified kind of like the best version of that. And he became a saint, and you know, all in all, went well for him and for the guys that he even sacrificed himself for, and even the guys that he starved to death with. They had to like try to shut them up by shooting them because they were singing in the place that they were put to starve to death. But at the end of the day, they still died. So on that particular level of analysis, maybe not a good trade-off if you don't, you know, if you're not counting on there being something afterwards. But, you know, you have to kind of choose like now or later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we all die. So the only thing that matters is how you live. Pretty sure. Not 100% sure because I haven't died, so I can't prove it. But, you know, I have it on good authority that we all are going to die. So, yeah. So it matters what you do, right?
That's all I can tell you. Or at least I'm doing my best not to. I still do in a lot of ways. That's not good. So,
right. But concentrating your time, energy, and attention on building something that other people can cooperate with you on is usually a better answer than any other answer. I mean,
agreed.
When you've got a bunch of rebels, it's no good, right? Because they can't cooperate. They're not going to build anything. They're going to be stuck inside their own solipsistic head forever and claim they're not. They're going to be like, I'm wicked smart. I learned all this stuff myself without college and like whatever. No one cares. It didn't do you any good, and you're still rebelling, and that's not good. Like you're still not building things.
Sorry, 1 second.
And I think that's part of the whole nurture discussion, right? Ultimately, is what are you nurturing, right? Or what are you enabling to be nurtured by protecting? And if you don't know, maybe you need to know. Maybe that would be important, right? And if you're all caught up in, well, I want to get a good house where the house value is gonna, go up and all this. You're not protecting anything, right? Because it's just money. And money is not really anything. It's kind of, ethereal out there stuff. And that's not a good thing to protect. You should be protecting persons. Like, I bought my house here knowing probably the value wasn't going to go up very much. I also don't care about the value, right? Because that's not what's important. The monetary value of my house is not important. The value to my sanity, because I have a pond, is very important, right? Like, that's where the value is. The value isn't in the monetary amount, that quantity that I can extract later, right? Or even now. Like, that's not where the value of the house is. The value of the house is in having a pole shed I can put a floor on and then sit outside when I want to, right? Then I can buy a projector, which came today, right? And then buy a projector screen and watch movies outside in the evening.
Nice.
Because I'm going to be doing that, right? And that's part of it. I just want to see what Sally Joe has to say. Sally Joe, there is a glamorization of dying for a thing, right? Living is usually harder. Yes, dying is cowardice sometimes. Living while eating your pride in order to protect another day, that's harder than dying. Yep, it is. And it's more noble. It's more noble, right? Because the struggle...
It depends on if you don't want to be dying for a thing. You know what I mean? You don't die for that. Dying for a thing, that's a problem there. But, no.
Okay.
There
How about a
obviously-
cause? A cause is a thing.
Okay, I guess I wasn't thinking of it that way. I guess I was thinking of a cause thing. Yes.
Well,
But you're probably right. I was
right.
thinking of something. When you say thing, immediately I think of something like, I guess dying. Why would you be dying for anything material? Okay, yeah. No, you're
Right.
probably right. Interpretation.
Right. That's the problem, is that people don't see that line cross. And they cross that line all the time.
I do say, this is coming to mind twice. I had a really weird dream once. Like Anton Chigurh, in my head, he's like very associated with Satan. Has appeared to me in multiple ways before. But anyways, in this dream, I was sitting there drinking. Anton Chigurh came in. He was like manhunting an innocent girl. And I was so terrified of him that, I ended up joining up with them. He, gave me a gun. And we went out to go find this person. Long story short, we track her down to a house. And right before we go inside, the next door neighbor says, he's going to kill you too, right? Or at least just said, he's going to kill you. I remember exactly. But anyways, we go inside the house. I take my gun. I'm like scared. I aim, I shoot at him, and it just clicks. It doesn't fire. And then he turns around and aims at me. And as I'm running and turning, I can feel it, and it's painful. But at the same time, I was in great peace. Like in my head, I was like, okay, I know I did the right thing. And this actually feels good, and I'm ready. I'm ready, and I'm actually at peace with myself. And then I woke up, and I was so happy to have another chance at life. You know what I mean? And I need to remember the moments like this to feel properly praised to be here today. But in having that, and the difference of, on your deathbed thinking there's something I could have said to make things better, and that sort of panic in the final moments. I can't say anything about an afterlife or anything like that. But just not to have said things that you needed to say, that sounds like one of the most horrible ways you can go. And yeah, I know the consequences might be terrible, but the consequences for everyone, including your own soul, will be on the line. So, yeah, I guess that's all I'm thinking about that. But yeah, so I guess I can't say anything about no afterlife. It'd be foolish of me too. So.
Right, and you don't need to, right? You just need to settle things in the place that you're at, which is this life.
Yeah.
One thing I'll say, something I noticed in my dreams is that when I beefed up my prayer routine, my weapons always work. in dreams now. That didn't stop me from being in conflict all the time. In fact, most of my dreams are conflict. Also, my stuff works all the time. So trade off, but that is an interesting thing that I found, is that I used to have sort of like this thing doesn't work, or my ability to interact with the world and maybe protect myself or somebody else or whatever was vastly diminished, and that was the only thing that actually changed. Because it's like I have the ability physically in real life to perform some level of protection, but then in those dreams it wouldn't be working. Like unbelievably heavy, super long trigger pull just doesn't work. That type of thing, or just not being able to guard against. Yeah, it's like whatever it is that you have doesn't work. But something I kind of notice is that you can kind of, if you sort of spend enough time in prayer, honestly, you might even find yourself doing it while you're asleep, as if you had the ability to kind of realize what was going on. But that is something that it's like the by aiming at the proper thing, that you become simplified and perhaps pointier, like a spear. In a lot of ways, I put a comment, I think, on the cost stream that kind of went into that a little bit, of there's kind of like a similar thing to the quality being separated out into quantity, that if you want to be more effective, that a spear is a much better weapon than a pitchfork, just because you don't have as many points. But if you kind of simplify, then you can kind of just be like, okay, what's the answer? Oh, it's always the same answer every single time. And you can automate that even in your sleep after a certain amount of time. So,
yeah.
that,
And
like,
prayer is nurturing yourself.
Yeah.
Right. By your relationship with something beyond you.
So we're saying that between a spear or a pitchfork, a spear is almost always better. Is that what you said?
well, it's more wieldy. I mean, you can't really throw you can't really throw a pitchfork
like
as
a
well.
pitchfork you use for grabbing hay.
Yeah, but just kind of the idea of like, if you had to pick one thing, you want the thing with fewer points, because it's more aerodynamic, it's easier to wield, it's better
More
to throw,
accurate.
easier to aim. It's lighter because there's not as much stuff kind of spread out and everything. So it's kind of like an embodied thing. Like, okay, I can throw this better, I can use this better. But also
you go through your target.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the ability to grab is, I don't know. That's hard to, it's hard for me to, I think it always matters for the task, what you're doing. And if you're saying that more generally, there's going to be tasks, like, I guess I've never
Spears,
thought about it.
Spears are good tools as weapons, and pitchforks are not good tools as weapons.
Yeah. If I were facing down Anton Chigurh, I'd much rather have a spear than a pitchfork. Is I guess what I'm saying.
I guess I don't know. I think it might be better to drop both and run in that situation.
If you can.
Like,
That's suppressed shotguns a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think
the
you're gonna
best
get far with the spear against Anton.
the best. Well, maybe you would. The best fight is the one that doesn't happen, right? That's the one you always win.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm thinking about things in my life. Right.
Yeah, but that nurturing, like, you have to nurture yourself and you have to protect yourself, but it's hard to do on your own. So you should get other people to help you, and like, you can look at this stream. This wasn't my idea at all. This is Sally Joe was like, you need to talk about protection and nurturing, right? And she's nagging me. And then I'm like, all right, so I'll just go ahead and start the process, right? A bunch of people contributed, Ray among them, a bunch of people, I forget who else, but lots of discussions about it, right? And that really helped me to get the notes together, to do the discussion. And Danny has a point. Obviously, I can't talk about nurturing as well as if we had somebody who's a female who is nurturing, that would work better. And that I can only create the space, right? So I create the protective space of the live stream to have that discussion, right? And so you can see how both work, right? And then I nurture the discussion along, right? Like, it's not impossible, right? But it doesn't happen without a lot of people. Also, this isn't my live stream. I don't do it by myself. I didn't do the thumbnail, right? Like, you know, dinner was ready for me just before the live stream, which is the only way I can do this because I'd probably collapse if I waited till after the live stream to eat, right? So there's all sorts of ways in which that protection and nurture enables something bigger. Like this live stream is bigger than me. You two are here, right? Danny was here, right? Like it's a big deal, right? It takes a lot of work to have the channel, to keep it going, right? To keep fresh content. I've got an editor for the edited videos. I've got 3 different artists working on 3 different projects all the time. Well, 4 now. So yeah, I have an animation coming. Yay. Right.
Cool.
So there's all sorts of stuff that's going on, but like my project of navigating patterns, the channel, is the protection that allows people to come in and do stuff. It also provides boundaries so they know what to do, right? Like we have certain themes, like we have a nautical theme going on, right? Navigating patterns, navigation. It's all about ships for me because I'm a sailor, among other things, right? Why do I do a live stream as a pirate? Well, that's part of the navigation. I'm not a pirate in my recorded videos, right? This is all the thing that enables that is the protection. It's the exclusion. Am I right? But am I gonna come on and do like a comedy sketch? No, I'm not. Like that's not my thing. Right? I'm excluding comedy from my channel, right? And the number of things you exclude is huge, right? The number of things you allow is small. And that allows those things to get nurtured because you can focus your time, energy, and attention on those things. All right. That's part of the advantage of the protection is that the nurturing is well bounded. And that's what allows nurturing to be in the proper direction is the bounding of the nurturing. The bounding and the protection of the same thing. Right? And that's really important to understand. Otherwise, if you drop the boundaries, you can't nurture anything. And then things get out of control. Right? And the immigration discussion in all the countries is the same thing. Right? We can't nurture our country and provide for our people when we keep increasing the number of people and they all have different needs because they're from different cultures. Right? Like that just doesn't work. It works for a little bit, right? For a short amount of time and a small number of people. And then as you let more people in, right? Or as you let people in faster, either one, it breaks. And where is that breaking point? I don't know. I don't know if we've reached it. I don't know if England's reached it. I don't know if France has reached it, right? But you don't either. And it might have already passed. Like the damage might already be done. And that's a huge problem. That's why the protection is important. You've got to protect your identity. You've got to protect your ability to nurture, right? You have to protect yourself against yourself, right? You have to have people help you protect, right? You can't protect things by yourself, right? Sally Joe, structure that can bear weight, right? Well, structures bear weight. They bear more weight than not structures. Not structures are just chaotic things that flit in and out of existence. International hello crisis. There is an international hello crisis. That is for sure. Right. And that's the problem. So what do you do? Oh, we have all of these immigrants. We need to teach them our culture. We need to teach them it's not okay to rape people, for example, in England. That's what they're doing. It's like, oh, that sounds practical. What are you taking away? Like you have to allocate resources to do that. Where are those resources coming from? They're coming from somewhere, right? Could they be better spent here? They're probably being drawn away from something, right? Like your National Health Service, right? And then what's the impact of that, right? And then now the taxes have to go up because you're going to pay all these people for cultural training, whose effectiveness is going to be questionable at best. And everything's like that. What are you nurturing? That's a good question. And if you're not nurturing it, who is? And if no one's nurturing it, it's just a bomb waiting to go off. And the damage is coming. The collateral damage is coming. And that's why nurture is important.
That makes sense. I have to go because I gotta eat. I got low calories and whatnot.
All right, John, you got any parting thoughts before you take off?
Castle Adams, it was nice. It was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Joe.
Yeah, it was really cool talking, and thank you for having me on, Mark.
Sure.
Closing thoughts. I don't know. Just that your life. The minute you think that your life is like crazy, and that like wow, I think that it can always get even crazier in a good way. How do I say this? Like facing a really awful tragedy is worth it. Facing it in the right way is worth it.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know. Just people should just be honest with themselves. That'll cause a lot of trouble because you're gonna realize that you suck. But it's in that transparency that allows you to go on that drama, I guess, on that ride, that story, that adventure. So
Mhm.
drama's not the drama is the wrong word. Adventure is better. It's just that there needs to be work for the passion, I guess. I think of drama more having like a more element of even passion's the wrong word too, because people think of like the passions of the sins and things like that. I don't know what words to use sometimes. But yeah.
Say like enthusiasm.
Well, no, it's more than that. Like, you know what I mean? There are times when like you're facing something that you know is going to kill you, but you know that like it's still worth it. I don't know how to explain that. And it's a passion for good. It could be a passion against evil as well. But to be lodged within that battle is so much better than just being like, none of it matters.
Yeah. And the grace is sufficient for that battle too. And maybe that's the sensation.
Grace.
It's like, yeah, that it's the grace to fight that battle, even if it means your death. Like it's sufficient to get it done. And maybe
I wouldn't use the word grace, but yeah, you're right. You're right. You know what I mean?
it's operative. Like maybe that's not the exact like sensation or something like that, but perhaps that's the thing behind it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's certainly something. And in my experience, you realize that like, oh, this is why I'm not Christ, because like, I don't know, like I can already like you at least you see that there are limits. You know what I mean? Like this is so terrible, and like, although I'm not gonna, I don't know.
Well,
I guess
what was the
I've
thing?
never had anything like through like
There was the disciples were out there like healing people and casting out demons and everything, and they came back and they're like, look at all the cool things we did. And Jesus literally says to them, you should count yourself as useless instruments. And I mean, he basically could have just held up this mug, as soon as they go in there saying, oh, look at all the stuff we did. It's like, sorry, dude. Like, yeah, that was emanated down to you so that you could perform a certain function. And you should, I think he even says like you should just say something to the effect of like, I'm just doing my job, but it's just kind of like, this is the responsibility. And I think the example he uses is like a servant after finishing serving the people at table doesn't then go and recline at table saying how good of a job they did or something. That it's just like, oh, just another day, just getting it done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, you should never like being an instrument of Christ. That's the greatest thing you can ever wish for.
Yeah. Well, I think Manuel Post has some like really good videos. I think the last one he did with Ahmad was really, really good, and he was brutal to Ahmad a couple of times too. But it was fun. You can tell they're good friends and everything. But I was like, oh my gosh! But it was very entertaining.
Okay. Sorry. I have to wait. Who's Ahmad? Real fast. Sorry. What is that?
Oh, sorry. Manuel Post channel, Agapic Orientation. He does like conversations with some guys. But he's also kind of like within this corner or sphere, you could call it. But very, very interesting conversations. And
Okay, well,
but-
I'll see if that's. I'll check them out.
those have a deep like religious slant, and it definitely scratches an itch. So I recommend.
Yeah,
That's
Manuel's work is excellent. He is well known to us all. He does, you know, I mean, the name navigating patterns came from Manuel, not from me. You know, this is another example of how many people actually contribute to making this a reality, right? And yeah, I mean, everybody should check out his wonderful channel and his conversations in particular. And like my conversation on opposition was strictly came almost entirely from his conversation with Gage Murphy on opposites. And yeah, he's got a couple themes going on, embodying the logos. He does a language series, right? It does a lot of people's stories, right? More along the lines of what Pastor Paul Van Nuclay does, right? And yeah, everybody should check it out. It's a wonderful channel.
As I've
So
said,
yeah,
I-
John,
I-
you should check that out.
Yeah, I will.
There's some
anyways,
gold
thank you
there,
so much.
for sure.
Happy 4th of July.
Yeah, you
Happy
too.
4th.
Curse those treasonous British and whatnot and what have you. Anyways, you guys have a great one.
You
Thanks,
too. Thank you.
John. Good to
Thank
see you.
Bye.
Castle, you got more notes you want to go through,
Uh,
or
I think that's about it. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. It's probably like 2 hours past my bedtime at this point. So, I mean, usually I do stuff early in the morning on Saturdays. So, I'm kind of, I don't know. I think I'm kind of at the end of it. I've exhausted all of my notes. I think I've been really enjoying like participating in the nurturing process towards the topic itself. It was a very kind of interesting self-similar fractal thing going on. It tends to happen with these conversations that the topic is then embodied by the participants pretty much the entire time, which is so entertaining to watch, but even more to actually be a part of it. So thank you for your hospitality. I always, enjoy these things, and I'm happy to actually be able to participate on a Friday for once. I don't know if you're doing it again next week. That's the only other week in the foreseeable future I'd have availability. Otherwise, for sure, the book club stuff.
no, next week's not a problem. The week after that, I think we're screwed. But next week's 2 weeks from now, I think I'm going to be on the road just for
Gotcha.
that weekend. But yeah, I think I'm good for next week. No, I really appreciate you coming with the hat and everything. That was great.
It was
Love
fun.
that. Yeah, no, that's good. And yeah, I mean, I try to foster the environment where we are fractally
Yeah.
self-similar fractal exploration and participation in the navigation of the pattern, right? That is the point of the channel, right?
Yeah.
It's active navigation. Hopefully I do that in the recorded videos too, right? I'm actually navigating the thing that I'm talking about, right? Trying to circumambulate stuff, and I'm a little bit behind on content. I've got a conversation with Jess on wisdom coming out. So that's a really rich conversation. I really enjoyed that one. But I have to do some more recorded videos because I'm way behind on that. But no, thanks for coming, and I'm glad you took notes. I'm glad we get to go through all of them. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's fun. I have another notepad with notes on Moby Dick already ready, so I'll be ready for that one.
Yeah,
So-
Father Eric Seitz channel. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, the Moby Dick book club. That's been a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying.
What time
Moby
is
Dick.
that actually?
That is at 4 p.m. Eastern on Sunday.
Gotcha.
The
Okay.
language of creation is 12 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, I think. I
Okay.
never remember. I do all my reading just before the book clubs, and then I jump into the book club. That way I don't have to, take notes and remember all this nonsense. I can just go, oh yeah, I just read that.
Gotcha.
Plus, I have a trick. I'm just going along with what other people talk about. I usually don't raise things my own. So
That's fine.
Don't
It
tell
doesn't
anybody.
show at least. So you gave it away here, but I don't know how many people are gonna listen 3 hours and 50 minutes in to get the secret. But and thank
Well-
you, Sally Joe, for
yeah, Sally's very happy. She's happy that you came in to walk through this with us.
it was a lot of fun. Thank you for the topic.
Oh no, yeah. No, it's a good topic that Sally came up with. Do you have any topic suggestions for next week, Castle? Or
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I think there's something. Well, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I feel like I know that there's kind of like the dreaded hierarchy one that you were going to do, and then I wanted to, I guess, kind of eventually pick your brain on how to translate into like seculese, if you will. Um, the idea of like when the pastor is struck, the sheep will scatter, that sort of thing. And it's like, oh, is there a way in secular terminology that could be better presented, that people could understand? Like, oh, if you attack the principle, then, you know, I mean, I could do it with one of Mathieu Pajot's pictures. I could literally
Right.
point to it and like I know, but I don't know how to put that into words, you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I
in
gotcha.
words that aren't religious, I guess is a little bit difficult. But I don't know if that's sufficient for a topic. That's just something that was on my mind.
I'll have to think about that. First, I don't know your reference, but I can fix that. I got Father Eric and stuff. He can help me. But yeah, putting things into secularese is really easy when you don't have any of the other language, which is my
Yeah.
advantage.
Fair enough. Oh yeah, it's
I
the
know
same
these
thing.
other
It's
words.
the simplification for the purpose of, you know, just kind of focusing the point.
Well, and that's actually the key, is that the irony of the whole thing is secular language is super simplistic compared to religious language.
Yeah.
Don't tell the secularists that. They'll get all upset that they're the idiots in this equation, but actually you're the idiots in this equation, right? And that's usually the problem, is that the religious language is so rich because it contains poetic information. And
Yeah.
once you're used to poetic information, it's very easy to use these terms because they connect to everything and they convey, like a religious term conveys so much more information than a secular term. It's not
Yeah.
comparable. It's
I
almost
think-
like it's almost like it's not even it's almost like it's not the same form of communication, even though they're both propositional.
Yeah, like I think you'd made a comment at one point on like Bishop Barron's preaching style, and how it's just that he's using a certain language that's just kind of not going to get through the heads of a lot of people, and that it's like I'm immersed in it, and so I can listen to that and be like, oh yeah, I totally get what he means. But
Preaching to
also,
the choir, though, that's the problem.
Right,
He's preaching to
exactly.
the choir.
yeah, and it's like he has the audience, and maybe it's a nurturing thing, you know, but also it's not necessarily going out and like annexing new territory. It might be
Yes,
to
No,
some
it's-
degree, but
it's definitely
maybe it's
not.
only to
Peterson's
the people
doing
who
all
are
that
ready
work.
for it. It's like I think Manuel had a comment that he made at one point where he was like, oh, you know, the sheep know the shepherd's voice or something like that. It's like, even if they're not in the thing, it's still kind of like a preaching to the choir, but they're just kind of like potential choir people that are already looking for a particular thing. So yeah.
Well, they're opened up to it. Like I think the sort of the Peterson moment, if you want to put it that way, check out petersonsphere.com for a timeline, right? Because reading the timeline that I put together, I didn't put the graphics together, but I put put in the research for the actual timeline in order, right? Reading that timeline, you should see the pattern of what he's done and the pointing. And then of course you engage with the videos on navigating patterns about Peterson, you can probably get a pretty good sense, although I probably should do 2 more videos on his tricks there, but you can probably get a pretty good sense for what he's doing and how he's accomplishing it. Right. But a lot of it is about pointing, opening up possibility, and just taking people's wandering attention and putting it in a place that allows them to embody that greater way of thinking.
Yeah.
That more reciprocally opening, if you want to use Vervaeke language, a way of thinking about things, right? Which is that embodiment of the poetic informing of the world and why it's important. Right. And yeah, there's a bunch of tricks there. There's a bunch of them though. And I don't think too many people have this understanding at all. Like they really don't get it. Right.
It's just that there's too many steps in between that you see, like, oh, they're right there. Like they could just make the leap, but it's like for them, they really do need to kind of tippy-toe their way through a bunch of little things. And it's
Right.
like they don't even have the structure to support the idea. I guess also kind of like a language of creation thing where it's like you don't have the kind of the understanding or the kind of experiential
You won't
understanding to be able to even access the.
you won't get into the book because of that word.
Yeah.
Right. Like you have to submit to the idea that there was something here first and that you were born into it, and that immediately puts you in a position of being beholden to the people that came before you that you've never met, that aren't even related to you, that built the world that you're in, because you didn't build the internet. And and you're using it, you owe somebody a debt for that for sure, right? And it's not a monetary debt. And a lot of those people are dead. So, right? I mean, and your electricity, somebody runs all that, you know, right? And people die running that for you.
Yeah.
Like electrical line work is dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
They lose people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and around here, everything is held together basically by like sticks and bubble gum, and like it rains so much that the infrastructure is kind of like it's a patch job for sure. So
Right. And but you have to have the attitude that all this stuff came before and it matters.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that it shaped you. And then it shaped you in ways you can't break out of. And if you can't understand all of that, and that's a lot, and there's more, but at least all of that, you're not going to acquiesce to creation. And if there's no creation, why do you need a language of creation? You're never going to read the book,
yeah,
right? And look at the pretty pictures that would explain so much about the world to you, right? Or if you're too stuck in, well, this book is full of propositions, which it is. It's a book. It's full of propositions, but almost all of the information contained in the book is in the pictures.
Yeah.
Right. So you have to know that and trust that and engage with it. And Manuel lately has been saying like, wow, I read the book because we I've read the book too. We read it a couple of years ago or whatever. Right. Wow, this second time around, there's so much more here. Oh, isn't that weird? Right.
Yeah.
You have to be open to that possibility, right? That you're going to read it and not understand a bunch of it, right? That you could understand, and then read it again a year later, 2 years later, after a bunch of things, and then see even more, right?
Oh, yeah.
And same with the Bible. And people don't believe that. They believe like, oh, you read a book and once and blah blah blah. And maybe there are some people that can do that, like me. But most people can't. I can't do it with language creation. Like I'm coming around the second time going, I don't know how I missed all this. This is a lot of stuff to miss. But boy, did I miss a lot of. You can't.
Yeah.
You can't do it. Like Mature's a genius,
yeah,
and he's really got this dialed in, right? And so you read that book, and it's like, wow, there's so much here. It's nuts. And then when you engage with it, because it's mostly not propositional stuff, it just opens you up. There's the reciprocal opening again, right?
oh yeah,
You get opened up through the pictures, not through the words, and you just make these connections. But if you don't believe in creation in a certain way, if you just say the word creation, you got to explain to me what you mean by creation. You're not going to engage with the book. Right? It's the same with Peterson. Like if you just take people's word for what they say they believe and not actually look at what it is they believe, you may not be able to communicate with them at all.
Yeah.
And that's the danger. So I'm glad that you've taken the time to be able to come into this and taken the time to costume up, as it were, and become a scallywag, which I very much appreciate. So I think that's good because everybody that comes on the stream is contributing to the project, right, and nurturing things, right. So you've seen form of nurture in participation, whether it's comments in the live chat. A lot of them from Sally today. Well, it's her stream, really, not mine. Right, but it's important to have the feedback and to have people participate. And like if you come up with an idea, reach out to me and I'll consider doing a live stream on it. I try to get the live streams locked down by Wednesday. I've been known to abandon work, on Wednesday that I was doing before that, in favor of better live stream ideas. But I try to dial it all in at least by Wednesday, so that I have time to do the notes and make sure they're in order. Right, ordering was the big problem today, and get them all prepared and stuff. But like, you get until Wednesday morning. So if you come up with something, let me know. And in the meantime, look, I appreciate everybody watching. Hopefully a lot of people will find helpfulness in understanding these concepts and the trade-off involved. Like, you can protect or you can nurture. You can't do both at the same time, and you don't want women doing the protection because they're not as good at it. It's more work for them. And who's going to nurture while they're protecting, right? Like, not me. I suck at that. Lucky I can communicate it all with anybody. That's already enough of a feat for me to declare victory. So yeah, thanks everybody. It's good to see everybody, and thanks again, Castle. It's always good to
Thank
have you.
you.
I hope to see you next week, since I'm excited that you're going to be
Appreciate it.
around. And
Yeah,
I hope
for
to see you
sure.
in the book club too, the Moby Dick
Yeah,
book club.
Sunday for sure at 4 p.m.
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks everybody. Have fun.